Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
And welcome to the Governor's 2022 Workforce Summit, Creativity and Innovation in our Workforce in the Virgin Islands.
Absolutely. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here so early in the morning. We've got a lot in store for you today.
I want to thank God for bringing us all here today, and I know you'll have an exciting day. My name is Aisha Clendenin Gums. I'm a board member.
And I'm Mike Fazio. I'm the CEO of Workforce 180.
Today, we're going to be talking a lot about creativity and innovation in the workforce. And what I want you to do is not be an alligator brain. And I know people are just, what is an alligator brain? Alligators eat it, they kill it, or they run from it. And that's what we do with new ideas. We eat them, we kill them, we run away from it. Today, I challenge you to be creative, to let go of all those constraints, to hear us out, hear the speakers out, figure out how you can use that over and over and over again to produce results, and that's innovation. They told me we have 3 minutes. So, moving right along, all our board members of the Workforce Development Board, if you can stand so we can recognize you and give you a round of applause, all board members. Let's welcome our board members.
And if we could welcome our elected officials, if you could all stand, please, so we can recognize you.
Any elected officials? Oh, there's one. Members of the cabinet, are you here today? If you can stand so we can recognize you. Any members of the cabinet? Thank you. Just a few housekeeping, the facilities we want to thank the University of the Virgin Islands for hosting us today. It's so fitting that we are here in the house of Dr. Hall. Restroom facilities are out the door to your left or out the door to your right, according to which door you exit. Refreshments, there's hot bush tea and water for you in the refreshment area right in the lobby. And again, like we said, silence your phones. I know there are very, very important people in the room. If you must take it, please step outside. So without further ado, Mike.
Let's bring up our first speaker of the day, and that would be Chairman of the Workforce Development Board, Mr. Michael Carty.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming, and welcome to the Governor's 2022 Workforce Summit. On Tuesday over on St. Croix, I invited many of you who were there to listen and understand some of my experiences here in the Virgin Islands. I didn't come from privilege. I don't play golf or tennis. I grew up in an area of this island called Trailer City, right over there by Cowan Terrace, not too far from here. Along the way, things were hard, but I did meet people to help me through. Some of those individuals is right here today. For example, Miss Jackson, who's in the back, we just met for the first time this morning in years. She used to drop me to school when I was catching a ride right on that road up there. Some of the times I used to want to turn back. But Miss Jackson would see me, pick me up, give me a ride to school. But that didn't stop there. I had a lot of other assistance along the way. The major one came when I had to drop out of college to come back home, and I was working in a department store in a mall. Now I settled into my reality that I wasn't going to fulfill the original dream that I had. However, one day came, and somebody by the name of David Scabriel, who used to work for ADT, saw me in the store, and we started to talk. And from there, he said, look, young man, come interview with me. Let me see what I could do for you. So along the way, in that same week, somebody else came, and they said, young man, I like what you're doing in this store. Why don't you come for me? This was somebody who worked for Diamonds International, a department store. Now, the cost per hour or the pay per hour was drastically different. Diamonds International was willing to pay me $14 an hour. I was only making $6.25. ADT was paying me $8.25, $2 more. Big decision. So I went home, told my mom, look, I'm going to work in this department store. She said, great, all right, I just trust a bunch of good clothes from the Arab man down the street, and I'm gonna get them pressed up for you. All right, decision made, we could pay a little bit more to rent. However, the next day, somebody walked into the store. My former electronics teacher, Mr. Lashley. Spoke with him a little bit. First question he asked, why you here? I thought you went away. I said, well, Mr. Lashley, they didn't walk out. So I just here walking, trying to do my best. But don't worry, I got a job coming. I'm going to walk on Main Street. He said, Main Street? He said, yeah, you're going to pay good. I said, I had a next job for ADT. You're going to pay me $825, but I ain't going to do that. He said, Mr. Carty, let me tell you something. I can't tell you what to do, but I would go towards that trade. I said, what do you mean a trade? He said, look, it might not be what you want. It might not be in a technology field that you want to get to, but it's a good start. I said, all right, Mr. Lashley. So I went ahead, chose that job, moved forward, and then that led to my next job, the job that changed my life with Comtech. Now I say all of this to say, these individuals along the way helped guide me because I didn't have a lot of guidance. You didn't have a lot of summits like the Workforce Development Summit. You didn't have a lot of trainings like what the Department of Labor offers now to get you into a trade because life wasn't fair. So my goal as the chairman of the Workforce Development Board, as the governor saw fit to put me in, is to give all of you an unfair advantage at life because life is not fair, but we are a community. And if we work together to help guide you, at least down the little bit of the path that we walk, you might get further along than us. So I thank you, and I welcome you, and I encourage you to share your stories with all of us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Carty. Next up, we will have Dr. David Hall. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning. On behalf of the trustees, students, faculty, staff of the University of the Virgin Islands, I want to officially welcome all of you to the Governor's 2022 Workforce Summit. It is an honor to have all of you here. It's an honor to have our governor with us. But our real special guests this morning are the students who are here. We have representatives. We have students from Charlotte Amalie, from Havana, Adora Kin, who are here. They are the future of our workforce. They are the future leaders, and the university is just honored to have you here. I believe sincerely that the university is the appropriate host for this summit, and we're glad that you have chosen this venue. There is an intersection between the university and workforce development in three major ways. The first is that our core mission is to provide students with degrees and training so that they can go out into the workplace and provide the services and skills and leadership that are necessary. So every year as students come across this stage on St. Croix with degrees in education, nursing, business, etc., we are fulfilling our fundamental mission of making sure there are individuals equipped to provide leadership in the workplace. But that mission is not just limited to degrees. Our CEL program provides training and all sorts of other skills to individuals who are not pursuing degrees. So our core mission is related to workforce development. But in addition, the second way we intersect is that there are special demands that the workplace places on us so that we can respond to what is going on. We have programs in cybersecurity now because the Department of Defense nationally said we need more HBCUs to produce students in this critical field. We have programs in the area of data science because EDC companies and RT Park companies came knocking at our door and said, we need skills in these areas. And the same with our hospitality program. There are times when we have to respond. We're in the process of creating a construction management degree because the Office of Disaster Recovery and the legislature has said to us, this will be a demand for the future, and we try to respond. And the third and final way is that there are times when we have to identify societal needs and respond to them. The reason we have been working so hard to create a medical school here in the Virgin Islands is because we know how important quality health care is to this territory. The reason we have an agriculture program, academic program today, is not because students are knocking on our doors wanting degrees in agriculture, because we know and the government know that unless we provide skilled individuals for this field of agriculture, we will not be able to address the needs. So in all of those ways, we intersect with the workplace and we feel that it is critical. But the final 2 points I want you to understand is the university cannot do that, any of those levels alone. We need the government support. We need the private sector through donors. We need governmental agencies and the federal government to help us carry out this mission. And finally, this whole area of workforce development is not a field of dreams. We cannot build it and assume that individuals will come. We must build it. We must encourage them to come. We must support them while they are here. And I hope that this day will demonstrate to all of us not only the challenges that exist in this area, but what we can do collectively to transform the workforce. Welcome. Congratulations on being here.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the Honorable Gary A. Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Let's welcome him.
Good morning. Good morning, Governor Bryan. Good morning, fellow cabinet members. Good morning, honored guests, board members, participants, panelists, and most importantly, students. Good morning. On behalf of I'm Gary Malloy, the Commissioner of the Department of Labor, and on behalf of the Department of Labor, I'm happy and pleased to be a collaborative partner with this Governor's Workforce Development Summit. And I just want to be able to add that to Chairman Carty's story, as well as Dr. Hall, it's very important that we connect the dots. And the Department of Labor is put in a very unique position to help transform the workforce development by making sure that, one, we coordinate our services, we make sure that we connect. We do the connections. We're connecting the students, the job seekers, the employers, the employees. And one Governor Bryan's mandate to me is make sure we put individuals to work. And so we make sure that all the training opportunities that are offered are not offered only by the Department of Labor, but we have some key core partners that I'd like to recognize. The Department of Education. If there's anybody from the Department of Education, please stand. Can't do it without you. Core partners, Department of Human Services. Anybody from the Department of Human Services, please stand. Can't do it without you. Vocational Rehabilitation Services. Veterans Affairs. Workforce 180. Equus Solutions. ICF. Please stand. EDA, Economic Development Authority. The RT Park. UVI and UVI Cell. So again, we're charged with coordinating all these partners to be able to work together to get the workforce development pendulum swinging. And it all starts with the Workforce Development Board. I'm going to ask you to stand again and be recognized, because this is one of the major events that the Workforce Development Boards help to organize to make sure that we are informed. So, you know, just putting it all together, the goal is to be able to help our Virgin Islanders aspire, see the dream, put the training in place to help you to navigate through the process to be able to achieve your dreams. And students, you know, it's really, really encouraging to see all of you here, especially any of you in the JAG program. Please stand and be recognized. I see Miss Fabrice here. These students who are part of receiving the highest national award for the Jobs for America's Graduate Program for their excellence. So again, we're building from in school and making sure that all the training opportunities are here. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank my staff at the Department of Labor. Please stand and be recognized for helping to continue to motivate and keep us moving. Today, we're going to make sure that we demystify the workforce development, this term called workforce development, by having a very, very key presenters, key panelists, great sessions, and you're going to hear from our very own Governor Bryan in terms of inspiring us to move forward and keep moving. So I want to take the opportunity to welcome you and thank you very much.
Thank you to all the core partners and everyone at the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and under the leadership of Commissioner Gary Malloy, truly transforming what we thought Department of Labor should do, doing what you're supposed to do. Good job. Next, I have the pleasure of introducing someone that is no stranger to us, our Honorable Governor, Albert Bryan Jr., and he's going to bring us a resounding, creative, and innovative message to get us going. No pressure, Governor.
No pressure. Good morning. Let me turn my mic on. Good morning. 1, 2. Can you hear me? Oh, I love that. It sound like, you guys too young to know the great and powerful Oz. Y'all remember that? Y'all never watched The Wizard of Oz? This side. You seen The Wizard of Oz? You remember when he goes in, he goes, the great and powerful Oz. That's how I feel every time I get a mic up here. But good morning, Commissioner, Dr. Hall, the Workforce Board. I'm going to make him stand out just because I hate doing it. Stand out. Everybody on the Workforce Board again. You know, I love being governor. You have like just power to do all kinds of stuff, like make people stand. I want to bring the energy this morning because, you know, every morning I wake up and, you know, I might think about my day and what's going on, and sometimes my day is good and sometimes my day is bad, and then I walk to the bathroom and I look at myself and I say, boy, you're the governor of the Virgin Islands. It never gets old. I really like to tell you be Oz. They don't want me to be Oz. About JAG. So back in 2008, Ken Smith, who is the president of JAG, came to the Virgin Islands and said, try to convince Governor DeYoung to have JAG here. And I made every excuse in the world why we shouldn't have JAG. We have it already, we got enough things doing, we got this to do. And the commissioner at the time, what was her name? Laverne Terry, gave every excuse why we should do it. And then the governor looked at him and he said, great, Albert, get it done. I was like, wait a minute, she's the one who wanted to do it, she should have to do it. But the impact since that time has been just massive, and JAG continues to be influencing young people in the Virgin Islands. And I'll tell you what, my first campaign donation in 2014 was from JAG. It was $7. We were having dinner and I said, I'm coming down as a commissioner of labor, but I'm going to run for governor in 2014. And they all gave me those dollars, and I took them up. They signed them. Ken Smith signed them. And in 2019, I went to the JAG board meeting, and I told Ken, I said, I bet you don't remember. And I took out those dollars out of my wallet because I kept them there for 5 years and showed them to them. He couldn't believe it. I said, now I'm governor and you give me my first donation as JAG. This month, Ken came to the Virgin Islands and told me that now I am the vice chair of the National Board of JAG that has over 14 governors on it. So that was a real, and you know, that's not all. You know, now I need to get reelected so I could be the chair. Because it's never done. So this morning, do y'all have my PowerPoint? I hope you do. You do, right? Please say yes. Oh no. Anyway. There you go. So today I'm glad the students are here because I want to talk about opportunity doesn't come knocking. When I was a young person, I just gotten out of school, and I wanted to get a job. St. Croix, a lot of things were happening, and I ended up working for a place called Amarada Hess. The Hess Oil Refinery, I trained to be a sea operator. So I sat in class. I was the only college grad in that class, and like Mr. Cardi at the time, I was the only college grad, and everybody else in there just had a high school diploma or whatever. They used to call me college boy. So I had to get 100, the highest grade on every test we had. And I got in there, and I was essentially running a crude unit and picking up asbestos, doing a very menial job, but learning a trade. My dad used to work on me all the time because, he has paid a lot of money for me to go to college. He's like, I spent all this money and you're here doing all of this vocational stuff. You should be somewhere, getting something. And then when he couldn't get that, he started telling me, all them Hessman to get home. Your girlfriend home in the night alone and you working shift. You're going to get home. Y'all know what horn is? But that was more concerning to me. Because I had to go to work at 12 o'clock midnight, and I didn't get off till 12 midday. That's a lot of time to get booked. And I don't know about Iowa, I don't like horn. So 2 o'clock one morning, I was like, this is it, I'm gonna resign. And I went into the control center, and I told them, I said, listen, call security for me, I done. They were like, no, you can't quit. You don't have a letter of resignation. I was like, give me a pen and paper. I'm done. And I quit. They told this story about, in the Hess so much that somebody was telling me about this guy who did it. I was like, that was me. But I was all depressed and stuff. So, I went home, and every day I would just, hang out at home and do little things. And my dad came in one day and he says, you think a job will come here on the door and knock on the door for you? You think opportunity is coming to look for you? It doesn't come to look for you. You have to go to look for it. I'll tell you a little story. I'm a hobbyist. I like to do a lot of things. So I like cycling. I get on my bike and ride. I like scuba. I was talking to this guy, and he was telling me, he liked hobbies. He's moved to the Virgin Islands about 5 years now, but he can't find something he liked to do. So I said, try scuba. And he's like, nah, I don't like being underwater. You can't breathe and stuff. It's claustrophobic. I was like, okay, try cycling. He's like, you have the police to escort you around me? I'll get knocked down. I don't want to be on a bike on the road. I said, okay, what about golf? Yes, unlike Mr. Cardi, I play golf. I didn't always play golf. There were no golf course in Savannah, but I play golf now because I can't play basketball. So he was, no, I don't like golf. It's too long and stuff. I said, so what do you like to do? He said, I like hunting geese, but I'm not good at it. I said, you're not good at it? He said, no, I'm not good at it. He said, I've been hunting geese. I've been down Bodo, Crown Mountain. Yes, I look at it, I can't find any geese. He said, I went St. John, no geese over there. I said, you ain't got no goose. Again. I said, you know, you ain't got a goose in the Virgin Islands, right? He said, you don't say. He said, no wonder I can't shoot any. And the moral of the story is, it's just like opportunity. In this community, people are looking for goose, but we don't have geese in the Virgin Islands. Your opportunity is coming to you a different way, and it won't come knocking. Okay, click. Click again. So this guy is saying, I don't have any luck. But it's not really about luck. You see, luck is when opportunity meets preparedness. You get that? Luck is when opportunity meets preparedness. See, you could be the luckiest person in the world, but if you never buy a lottery ticket, you're not prepared, you could never win the lotto. You know, people will be like, I like to win the lotto, man. You buy a ticket? Nah. You got to play to win. I don't know if you get a lottery people in here. You got to play to win. So you got to make your luck as you go along the way, because, you know, those opportunities, they don't come knocking often. Click. I want you to look at this first term. People would rather a familiar hell than an unknown heaven. I'm going to say it again. People, I don't feel like I'm in church. People would rather a familiar hell than an unknown heaven. You know them. They'll be on the radio every day. They've been on the radio since 1992 complaining about the same thing. You think they would get up and fix it? No. They gotta complain. People talk about something that's bothering them. You know that guy? The man, I gonna open up a business, I know. What kind of business? Popsicle, man. You've been saying that for 20 years. You don't even own a freezer, bro. You got to seek your heaven. Let me tell you, most of the time I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, because, you know, some people, the people that come to these things know a lot of this stuff, but I'm talking to you students now, right? Because it's important here, right? You have got to know that you got to hunt where there are geese. If you want to do something in life, you have to move towards it. You have to do something every day that brings you a little bit closer. Let me tell you, when I was in 2017, I remember I met with one of the governors, and I said, how much money it takes to win a campaign? He said, 1.6 million. I was like, oh my God, I'll never win. Where am I going to get that kind of money from? Me and Jason, you can ask Jason, he write this, said, no, we did with $20, boy, we run the coffee table figuring out how we going to buy an ad in the paper. And every day I heard something saying, just take the next step. Just take the next step. Don't worry about what you got to do down the road. Just take the next step. You got to make sure that you're moving towards your destiny every way and every day, and you cannot listen to all of the naysayers and the negative that's coming towards you. You got to do your research. You got to understand that there are no geese in the Virgin Islands. But where is the opportunity? I come to people every day and they say, oh, you know, nothing ain't happening here. I said, you're listening and you're listening to the wrong source. I said, where do you get your news? TikTok. Y'all know TikTok is the devil, right? TikTok is the devil. I have TikTok. You get on it and you can't escape. It hypnotizes you. One foolish thing after the next foolish thing. And before you know it, you're sending these foolish things to other people, and then the devil has a grip on them too. These are distractions. You gotta watch the news. You gotta link into the government house page where all the information is coming out. People are calling me from as far away as Africa and Europe, Alaska, everywhere, asking me about what's happening in the Virgin Islands and how they can get a piece of it. And the people here are not. People calling me about a $500 stimulus check, and another person on the phone calling me about a $5 million contract or a $50 million contract. Don't be distracted by all these things that you're seeing, because people want you to be distracted so you don't pay attention to the prize. You got to know, and you got to practice. You know, young people, you need to know who people are, because it is who you know. It's always who you know. Here in the States, you know, I tell people all the time, the difference in who you know. If you went to Harvard, you know George Bush, so you're going to get a hookup as the Secretary of State. But if you're hanging out on the corner, you're going to know Pinky, who got a sister who came out, and you don't get to be a cashier. It's who you know. And every one of you and everybody in this room who live in the Virgin Islands know somebody because you know me. Let me tell you, this little boy from Savannah, I am blown away by the power of the Virgin Islands. I can remember me and Carl, my chief of staff, in December of 2018, walking down 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You know what that is? Yes. Where's that? The White House. Walking down 1600, and I say, Carl, look at me. He said, boy, we've been in the freaking White House with the president, face to face, talking and chatting. I sat with Biden and spoke to him one-on-one for 2 hours, just shooting this crap. The opportunity you have is to network. I had some young people with me the other day, and I'm pointing to people. I said, who's that? They don't know. Who's that? They don't know. Who's that? They don't know. You're in here today with the people that make things happen. Introduce yourself. One thing successful people like to do is talk about themselves. Oh yes, I went to Harvard. 1932. They love it. Talk to them. Tell them who you are. Don't be shy about what you want to do. When I wanted to run for governor, people used to tell me, don't tell people that. Really? Like, how you get elected if nobody knows? You got to practice networking all the time. You got to put yourself inside those arenas where you want to be. You want to be with the business people. If you want to go into business, talk to a business person. Michael Carty, he was up here. Most personable guy I know. Ask him about what's business. How did you get into that? Where did you get your loans from? You got to get into it and do your research, and you got to practice meeting people all the time. I wanted to be governor. I was a shy, nerdy kid. No lie. I used to run from girls and read books. That was my job. I used to get bullied and beat up in school all the time. I never had my lunch money at 1 o'clock. True story. But guess what? Now people, I have a friend that tell me you should wear a sign, say, hi, I'm Albert, nice to meet you. I meet everybody. I just walk up to people and talk to people. They're not gonna bite. We know so many people in this community will be like, yeah. We don't know what they do, we don't know their names, we don't know where they're connected. We got to make sure that you're connecting all the time. Practice and practice and practice meeting people, connecting, because it is who you know. Click. The hardest thing in life to do is decide what you want. People don't know what they want. I knew what I wanted. It was clear to me. If you know what you want, is the easiest thing. But what you want comes with what you don't want. You can't want to be governor and you don't want people talking about you on the radio, right? That's how they go one thing come with the next. New car smell come with new car payment, right? When you get a new car, you smell it, a new car, air conditioner on, the stereo bumping, you're like, yeah. When that bill comes for $785, you're like, no. They come together. You got to realize in life, when you want success, you got to make the sacrifices, but you got to decide what you want. And you got to make short-term goals. You can't start off, I want to be president of the United States. Like, let's pass 9th grade first, and then 10th grade. Let's get into college. Make those short-term goals and celebrate your wins when you make them. It's hard. Let me tell you something. I mean, I have two millennials, Gen Z. I'm going to talk about them. They hate when I talk about them. You know, they come to me and they say, one come to me and say, I just can't imagine working 40 hours a week in the same place. I say, you're right, because you need to work 60 hours in order to make a living in this world. You gotta work hard. You gotta know what it needs to be successful. Being successful is difficult, you know. Everybody don't want to be successful, because to be successful means that you're in the minority. They want to fit in. They want to be cool like everybody else. They want to go to the gym like everybody else. They want to drive a nice car like everybody else. They want to fit in. You don't need to fit in. The successful people don't fit in. Like, who more stranger than Lil Wayne? This dude. His face is tattooed all over. He doesn't fit in. Successful people don't fit in. They cut new roads. The hardest thing about being successful is sometimes you gotta leave people behind because they ain't going the way you're going. You come back and visit them, you don't have to forget them. But you just gotta leave them behind, and you gotta find the people that are going your way. It's like cycling. You gotta get behind that draft and let them pull you along. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're the wrong room. You should always be in the room where you're learning something. And take advantage of every learning opportunity. I learn something every single day. Every single day. And you learn things from the strangest people. You'd be surprised, that dude who's sitting on the corner all day and look like he listens is paying attention to everything going on. You know what was the most amazing thing to me? When I was Commissioner of Labor, I visited the prison, and everybody knew me. Albert, Commissioner, what going on? And from the different jail cells, they were like, how do these people know me? And the guy was like, they ain't got nothing to do all day except read the paper. But they're gaining that knowledge every single day. They're connecting to their community. You gotta manage your life. And people will tell you, I ask people all the time, I'm like, how you get so much children? The Sunday just come. Really? Where they come, airmail or UPS? You gotta manage your life. You gotta plan out your life. You gotta be like, if I want to be here, I can't have 5 children. Brothers, if you want to be in that nice mansion, running a nice business top of the hill, you can't have children every way. 1 loaf of bread feed 5 children in 1 house. 5 children in 5 houses, 5 loaf of bread. Simple, simple math. Take care of your brand. You want to be able to plan your life and say, I'm going to go to college, I'm going to get, or trade school, wherever you're going, I'm going to be able to save my money and invest in appreciating assets. Y'all know what appreciating assets are? I hope so. Are cars appreciating assets? No. Absolutely not. They're depreciating assets. Right now, the Virgin Islands is going through an incredible renaissance where we're redoing our airports, our schools, our hospitals, our roads, our infrastructure. Don't miss out on this. As soon as possible, buy a piece of this rock. As much upheaval as the United States has, the Virgin Islands are never dip. It just keeps going up in price. And if you're complaining about how expensive it is now, 5 years from now, you're going to be complaining it's more expensive. Because it's not going to get cheaper. You got to manage your life in a way that you can't afford to make mistakes because it's too hard to be successful. Unless you don't want to be successful, then it's all right. Always speak to successful hunters. Where you find them geese? Colorado. Oh, not St. John. Always speak to successful people and find out what it is they do and how they get on that. And they're going to tell you. Don't hate. You know, people like to hate. Watch your ass. No, he think you all that. Don't hate. Ride that wave. Allow yourself to make mistakes. In this community, people don't like to make mistakes because everybody to laugh, right? Everybody know everybody. You listen to Mr. Cardi, it's okay to fail. The most important thing is getting up again and doing what you need to do. And most importantly, you gotta stay positive, man. Like, get away from negative people. People ask me, oh, Governor, how you to deal with all that negative stuff on the radio? And I'll be like, I don't listen to it. That's invading my space. I got people to listen to that and filter out the good stuff and tell me the good stuff. The ideas, things that need to be done, pointing out things in the community. When you got people in your ear telling you you can't do it all the time, believe me, it's like poison. It will poison you. People see what they want to see. And whether you like it or not, you've been trained to see in a specific way. What bottle is the ketchup come in? What color is the bottle? Clear? So it looks, what color does it look like? Red. What color does mustard come in? Why? So if I put ketchup in a yellow bottle, you will never be able to see it. because you're trained to see red is mustard. Even if I write ketchup on the yellow bottle, you're not going to see it. You're going to keep looking for that red bottle. That's a way of perspective. You know, I got a good friend. He's like one of the smartest people I know. I said, why you got water truck and a grass cutting business? He said, easy. When it ain't raining, I deliver water. When it raining, I got cut grass. That's perspective. Looking at opportunities, and when you see these problems in the Virgin Islands, you don't complain about the problem. You know, people fly in here the day after Irma and Maria, and you know what they saw? Damage? No, they see money. They just fly around behind the hurricanes, just looking for the opportunity to rebuild everything. It's your perspective. When you see potholes, do you see a place to wreck your car or an opportunity to open an asphalt plant? When you open your light bill and you see how high it is that an opportunity to open up a solar plant or renewable? When you see tourists walking around and they look hot and sweaty, is that something we need to get more shade, or is that an opportunity for you to open up a water delivery? You got to change the way you think, and you got to seize your opportunity. In every tragedy, there's always an opportunity. There's always an opportunity. Even in COVID, every single day I look to see where can we win. But if you sit down and you cry in the corner and you sob about all the bad things and why me, it'll never happen. Today is a day that we talk about opportunities in workforce. Workforce development is the most important thing. Human capital development is all-time low, and people are paying a premium for it. Every single where you go, people are looking for people who have talent. They even move from talent now. Now they only want people who are going to show up with the right attitude, who want to work. Is that you? Are you the person they're looking for? And you people who are running your businesses, you know, you're looking for somebody to replicate yourself. The hardest thing in any business is growth, because you can't grow unless you have people. And these people who have these businesses, every single day they're looking for another them to come and be a part of their business. This is a tremendous opportunity. It's not a 1-year opportunity. It's not a 2-year opportunity. It's not a 5-year opportunity. It's a 10-year opportunity. But the opportunity is all up to you, and it's not going to come knocking. Thank you.
Thank you so much for living up and surpassing our expectations. That was wonderful. I hope you got those nuggets of wisdom. Opportunity doesn't always come knocking. Go get it. Be ready all the time. Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. Stay ready. All right.
All right, speaking of being ready, we're about to take a very brief break while we set up the main stage here for our panel discussion. And the panel discussion is going to be focused on grow your people, grow your business. So this is a great opportunity to hear from some industry leaders in the territory. Governor Bryan will be the moderator. We just need a few minutes to set up, so if you really need to use the facilities, please do so quickly. We'll be ready to go here in about 5 minutes or so.
Thank you. Morning again, and welcome back to the Governor's 2022 Workforce Summit. First, we would like to, before we get started with our first session, just thank the persons that made this summit possible. We have the Department of Human Services, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, VIA, and Equus. So let's give them a round of applause. This would not be possible without their contributions.
As well as the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board.
The University of the Virgin Islands, Office of Disaster Recovery, and the Division of Personnel. Again, let's give them a round of applause. Those partners are in the lobby that you can visit their tables when you get a moment during the breaks. All right, without further ado, we're going to have our session called Grow Your People, Grow Your Business. How can small business owners improve their business productivity and profit margins, develop their employees, increase employee engagement, grow and improve their services, reduce staff turnover, and enhance their overall business performance? And to do this, we have
three great panelists to join Governor Bryan on stage. We will have Geraldine Pitt, who is the CEO for VIA, with us. We have Brandy Charles. Brandy is the Director of Human Resource Operations for the Ritz-Carlton. And we have Thomas Brunt IV. He's the Vice President for MSI Building Supplies. So without further ado, Governor Bryan.
Good morning again, everybody, and good morning to my panel. We have a great show today. I think this is extremely awesome because we have a family-owned business, a small business that has been a cornerstone of the Virgin Islands and its development for almost 50 years now. You have a national corporation with national branding that is, when you say Ritz-Carlton, you know that's the best of everything, especially in terms of their service delivery. And then you have what people think is a big company, but actually is a small business and innovative here in the Virgin Islands. It has a large footprint impacting our technology. So we'll get right into it and talk about how does people impact the business and growing people. The first question I want to ask is, are you finding talent out there? And we could start with you, Geraldine, or anybody who can jump in when they want to.
It is. I mean, I have to say it's difficult at times, and that depends on the industry that you're in. In our case, I think the talent that we're now looking for, we've started at a much larger, in terms of a larger workforce. We have a fairly good segment of our workforce that we've found here. Most of our workers came from here.
So
but
you're
they
like,
also
you're
rose
like
through the ranks.
Third largest employer or second largest employer in the Virgin Islands?
I don't think it's second. It could be third, or it could be fourth now.
Okay. Just to give people an idea, it's about 300-400 workers?
No, right now we have 188.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have 188. Because we've done a lot of reshaping over the last 3 years of the business, and precisely to be able to generate and get the talent that we need from a technology point of view, because a lot is changing. We are focusing a lot on mobile as well as broadband. So for us, it's important that we get an array of talent. Sometimes it's difficult to find, especially technical competencies, to be able to do that. In some instances, leadership with the experience of telecommunications. Fortunately for us, we also do our own internal development, right? So we've been able to promote a number of persons into roles that a number of them probably thought they would never have held. Right. And coming with that, of course, is always going to be the development challenge, the training that we need to do, a lot of emphasis on training and certification. So it's a mixed bag, especially as you start getting into senior leadership. But generally, I think for us, getting into the direction of an apprenticeship direction would allow us to keep, a technical competency on our staff.
But I know in hospitality last year, everything exploded when the people realized that the Virgin Islands was open for business, and all of a sudden you needed all these workers. I was out at the Ritz the other day, and it looks like that trend was continuing. How is finding hospitality workers in St. Thomas in particular?
Absolutely, you're correct. I believe it's all around the world in hospitality that During COVID, a lot of individuals transitioned into other careers.
Right.
What we've done at the Ritz-Carlton is we've repositioned and innovated with a new program called the Ambassador Program. Being the top 1% hospitality and professionals to work at the Ritz-Carlton, it's hard to break into luxury hospitality without having past experience.
We want to stop.
Yes.
Luxury hospitality.
Luxury hospitality.
It's a little different than just regular hospitality.
It is. You need years of experience to work at the Ritz-Carlton. So we created a program called the Ambassador Program. And that is to take individuals that are taking their first step into hospitality, but maybe they don't know what they want to do. They don't have the experience. But we bring them in. They are assigned a mentor. They do 2 months in one division, 2 months in another division. They meet with our general manager once a month. And at the end of the program, then they can apply for a position because they now have more experience and they may have a passion for a certain aspect in hospitality that they now like.
Yeah, that's really great. I know if you've been paying attention in the Virgin Islands, actually household wages have raised over $4,000 in the last 4 years alone, which is almost a 10% increase in wages as a small business in construction, supply, and other things, of course. How has the wages of workers on the outside and your competitiveness and be able to attract new workers worked out for you, Tommy?
It's complicated. It's just going back to the first question. It's been incredibly hard to find people. That's one. Two, we actually.
I want to stop and pause. Right, high schoolers, you're listening to this. It is incredibly hard to find people, and these are a lot of these are entry-level jobs.
Correct.
Okay.
What we do is not glamorous. We have a large pro lumber yard and hardware store. What we do is hard, hot work, and so we have a lot of entry-level jobs, and finding people for those jobs is difficult, much less the more complicated, more technical jobs. What we have found, we were very blessed during the pandemic. We were one of the businesses that actually, we didn't just struggle. We thrived during the pandemic. Everyone started building when they were shut down. So we actually, our big challenge was making sure our people remained with us so that we could effectively serve our customers. So what we've done and had to do, not had to do, it was deserved, is we've gone to a quarterly bonus structure and profit sharing. We've had profit sharing for 40 plus years. There's a variety of things that we've done to retain people, but one of the big things that became necessary for us in this past couple of years is having a conversation about compensation in a way that clearly quantifies the value proposition to our employees. So for example,
you gotta say that in English now.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the problem. We provide health care, we provide profit sharing, we have a bonus structure. And so as a result of all of those additional benefits, we don't pay per hour as much as someone else who doesn't offer those benefits.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I get it. Most people are looking purely at their check and not understanding that we put $250,000 into the profit sharing plan that's being invested for people so when they retire, right? Oh. Not per person, but that's the pool of money we put in on any given year. We needed to find a way to talk about that in a way that was effective. So we actually just developed and it's kind of an industry thing that's happening. We're a lumber yard. We don't do this stuff that often. But we built this total compensation statement that we now give to our employees so that they truly understand the apples to apples equation of this job versus the other job. One of the things that's frustrating for us is, when it's really busy in the construction world, contractors are paying a lot of money per hour to people because they're so desperate to get people. Those are the exact same guys I need in my lumber yard, but we've never laid anybody off in 50 plus years.
Wow.
And that is one of our primary driving things. So we're very conservative about hiring people because we don't want to hire someone that we're not prepared to keep for the long haul. And what happens is, in these really busy cycles, I can't find anybody. And contractors are paying twice what I might be paying per hour. But once it slows down and the contractor lets them go, they're sitting at home. And if they did the math of like what they were being paid, it would actually be more beneficial to work for us. But having that conversation is actually hard, and it's really hard with younger employees because they're healthy. They don't see the value of health insurance. You know, we pay on average about $5,000 per employee a year for health insurance. That's what the company is paying on their behalf. And they're healthy, they don't use it, so they don't see that as a tangible thing. But it is.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's incredibly huge.
When you're 25, you're not thinking about retiring. You're not thinking about health care. You're just like, why are they taking all this money out of my check? And people don't realize that even in the government, we pay like $20,000 per person for health insurance, and a lot of people don't use it. Yeah, the government side is something like $14,000 a year, and it keeps going up per person. But you hit a lot of notes, and I want to talk about commitment. Employees being dedicated to what you're doing. I'm sure when you have tenured employees and you have that kind of package, you get a certain level of commitment. Profit sharing is good. How do you get people to commit to the Ritz, a global corporation?
Sure, absolutely. I can say it in 2 words: people first. Every policy we roll out, any initiative, Marriott as a family looks at their people first and the concerns, and making sure that it benefits not the guest as much as those that work for them.
Do you have any like what are the lengths that you're going to now to find talent? Like, what have you done in order to make sure that you get a good talent pool coming up there?
Sure, absolutely. So we focus on development. Howard was talking about the ambassador program. We also did a junior ambassador program, and that was our JAG, where we had 11 JAG students join us last spring. Yes. It was so successful. They came and they worked in different divisions. They learned, they grew. We offer a scholarship every year, and one of those JAG students actually received the scholarship from us this year. And then even my most touching moment was graduation day. Before they went to graduation, they came to the Ritz-Carlton in their caps and gowns and showed us and walked to HR, they walked to their departments. They were so proud of what they had done at the Ritz-Carlton, and now we see them that they're applying to have their careers begin. So programs like that is what it has helped us.
Those are huge, you know. Thank you, that is awesome. You know, when I started my career in the refinery, and then I went to inventory control. And after a while, I got, you know, tired of procurement and counting widgets or whatever. And I decided I want a career change. I actually went to work for Innovative. Right, that lady right there, Jennifer Matarangas King, was like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "Yeah, I want to be a management trainee." And went to Innovative and actually doubled my salary in 3 years, taking a pay cut. But that gave me the opportunity to really explore a new industry and grow. What kind of programs do you have, or if you're looking at any, to try to get professionals in who are trying to change their career or want to do some expansion in terms of helping them get to where they're? Not any one of you. You don't have to.
I mean, I think a lot of it is going to be, in my case, in Via's case, we have the pool of people. So I think in a lot of cases it's about internal development. But it's not just about internal development. It's about people putting the effort into knowing what you want to do and putting the effort into it, right? Because, as I say, if you have the right attitude, we can teach you anything. If you really want to move up in the organization, once you're already in the organization, it's going to really be about you having that leadership, demonstrating your leadership skills. And I like to call it being a leader even while you didn't have a position.
Right.
Because imagine if you sit next to someone every day and you're not able to say to them, well, the way you treat a customer is not the right way. The way you treat your colleague is not the right way. Why you're not delivering. If you can't say that, then for me, it's difficult for me to see you as a leader in an organization. So I like leaders. I like to promote people into leadership who are leaders when they were following, without a title.
I want to take a pause there because that's important, right? So we can all be leaders in any capacity. You can go into the office and be like everybody else, right? Or you could be different, successful, and try to incorporate leadership when you're not leading.
Exactly.
And those people are usually powerful.
Don't settle. I mean, when we recruit new persons, one of the things that I say when I have the opportunity to speak with them is, I am not looking for someone who comes into the organization and just fit in.
Right.
Too often people come into the organization, look to the left, look to the right, and decide they'll adopt what everybody else is doing. When an organization brings you in, and that's for students, they're really expecting somebody who's going to lift the organization.
Right.
Don't just settle for everything that you see around you, because I think most of us had the right upbringing, so we know what's right and wrong. We know how to conduct ourselves. So don't just settle in. That is the kind of skill set that your leaders in the organization would see and say, this is someone we can invest time and money in, because they have the right attitude, they're not settling, and they're willing to put in the effort to be better.
Both of you, I mean, even telecommunications now is a lifestyle. People are selling a lifestyle now. It's like, there's a whole Apple cult. Everybody wants to have all Apple product, and then there's the other people. But
I'm part of the other people. I'm a Samsung girl, so I'm part of the other people.
But hospitality is the same. I mean, you're having Ritz homes now and home ownership, vacation villas and whatever. Like, people are the most important pieces of your business, and you, Tommy, with interiors and what you're doing in terms of home decoration. Those people that meet you at the front door are often the lowest paid people in the organization, and the most important people, because they're the first people you meet. What do you look for in the people that you're bringing to your organization?
I would say Jolene said the correct word, attitude, that it doesn't matter your education, your experience. If you have the attitude and the passion, you can do any job in the world. And that's what we look for. We look for people with that sparkle in their eye that has that passion for hospitality. And then, working for a company is a relationship. So we want to give back to our employees as much as they're giving to us. So for those going out in the workforce, I would recommend looking at a company that it's a partnership, that they have the benefits that you're looking for, such as Tommy was saying. And then to find those...
I want to stop there, because this is another nugget I think that's very important. A lot of times, you can't find the actual job that you want. But you can take a job in a company that you want to be a part of. Because sometimes the most important thing is just getting that foot in the door. And people focus on, I want this job and this salary, rather than I want to be a part of this office culture, I want to learn from that, and investing in that piece. So I thought it was very important that you said that.
I can say my personal experience, I moved here 12 years ago, and I wanted to work on the Lady Lindsay, which is the catamaran for the Ritz-Carlton. I'm not qualified to work on a boat, and they told me that straightforward, but I did have a degree in human resources, and they gave me that opportunity.
I gotta stop there. You have a degree in human resources. You want to walk on a boat.
I love being on boats and wanted to work on the boat. And
So your plan totally failed. You
totally failed. But a career was born. That was 12 years ago, and I've gone from admin to HR specialist to manager to director. So sometimes you don't know the opportunities in front of you, but it's presented to you, and grab a hold of it when you can.
I think that company growth is important too. I often speak to people in the government, and I say, the government is not just labor or IRB or finance. It's 6,000 employees. You can look all over the government, because people are looking for talent. And 12 years, how many promotions? 4?
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah, and that kind of rapid growth. And to constantly check yourself to see if that's not happening for you, then maybe you're doing something wrong. Reassessing who you are and where it is you're going. And even though you wanted to be on that boat, you just like, you're on the upper.
On the weekends, I go on a boat.
I want to be on the boat too, man.
I want to pick up on something that Brandy was talking about, the idea of the relationship between employer and employee. We're a family business, and we consider there's our family, but then we consider the business and all of our employees part of a family. Our average employee has been with us 20 plus years, and so when you ask what we look for, we're trying to see if they're going to fit in with our culture and our ethos, right? Because at the end of the day, we're signing up for a long-term relationship if everything goes well. We've promoted, as you said, every one of our senior managers have come from within. I think it was attempted once before my time to bring in an outside manager and not promote from within. Right. That didn't fare well. It didn't work out. And what's difficult for us is we're a small company. We have 68 employees amongst our various companies. And because most of our people have been with us 20 plus years, we don't have a ton of movement. But when those openings do show up, invariably someone has shown acumen and shown that soft leadership skills where they're like leaders, even when they're not the leader. Yeah. And then we're like, okay, that person in this division should be over there doing that thing because they can be a leader.
Yeah,
and that's important.
I think that is an excellent point. Yesterday we had a conversation in St. Croix, and Geraldine wasn't. Yeah,
Day before it.
You're all melting. Tuesday we had a conversation in St. Croix, and you mentioned about leveling the playing field and having employees come in and talk to you. What was?
Yeah, I mean, it's about that. But before I even get to that part, though, Governor, there is a part that we understand that the frontline team is usually the lowest paid, as you say. But I think part of leveling the playing field is to make the entire organization understand that when somebody say customer care did something or retail, they're really talking about all of us.
Right.
Because invariably what they do is sit and make excuses for our issues. Right. And that's what I want my team to understand. We must deliver for them, or else you put them in a position where they have to make up something to say to a customer. And that's because we didn't do it. So I always like to say, my business, we are all in the business of customer care and sales. Take down all of the names. Everything else is an HR function. Yes. Everything else is for your contract, right? And so that for me is important.
I think
giving them the forum to talk to you.
I think that is so important, and especially for the branding, right? Because I am the CEO essentially of the government. Right. And people are always talking about government workers, not labor workers or finance workers. And when you talk about VIA, I keep going to innovate. When you talk about VIA, you're talking about everybody there.
Exactly.
And that's so tough to make people understand that we all rely on one another. In our shop, I call it the wheels of the bus. Finance, personnel, OMB, and property and procurement. Those are the 4 organizations that make the rest of the organization work well. And if they don't work well, everybody fails. So I really like what you said. But then what do you call it, president's table?
So what do you have, CEO breakfast. Okay. So that the idea here is that everyone in the organization would have the opportunity. So the management team did one session on their separate session, right. But everybody else, staff, is in that session with me once a month, St. Croix and St. Thomas, 15 to 20 people we have in the room. And basically they give us all of the issues. Right. All of the issues, we put that into a tracker, and they have a link to the tracker so they can go in. And as I say to them, hold each other accountable, hold the manager. There'll be a name against each of those. And when it's not moving fast enough, feel free to pick up the phone and call them and ask, well, what's happening to this action? Right. That gives them the transparency and the voice to be able to speak to anyone. And at the same time, we also have in the organization where any employee who with an issue can speak to any manager without the manager having to ask, your direct manager having to ask, well, why didn't you come to me? Right. I don't care so much about the fact that you didn't go to your manager. I care about the relationship that each manager would now build back to help that employee feel comfortable to go to that manager. But most importantly, feel that they can bring their issues to anyone right. and get it elevated to the top so we can deal with it. And that gives them the confidence that they don't have to say, well, I don't want to overstep my manager. I invited you to overstep your manager.
Right. So I know you're not unionized, right, Tom?
No.
Ritz is not unionized either, but Innovative is unionized. One of the things that I find as a manager is it's difficult getting that balance between being true to the union contract and being able to do what you want them to do, and at the same time allowing for those people to grow. Is that a challenge for you as well, or?
It is a challenge, but I think it's a challenge that's an individual challenge. So anybody has the opportunity to apply for any role. Right. My relationship in terms of the union, I always just look for respectful communication. And I think since I joined the organization, that's exactly what I've done. So we don't come into a room having shouting matches. Right. If the matches get shouting matches, I ask for excuse, end the meeting, and we can start again when everybody is calm. But I think it's understanding that we have a bargaining agreement, but we have one, right? We negotiated one, we signed it. So if we do, we now need to respect it. And it does set out clearly how you take every issue, right? There's some persons who will still say, I don't want any other position than a union position, because they see the union as bargaining for them, and that's fine. But they have the opportunity should they wish to do that. I don't think we have, I think we have a good relationship with our union, because, as I say, they are our workers first, and that's the only reason they could become union members. Right. So we take that part very seriously.
So what I really love, I remember sitting with your dad maybe like 5 years ago, and he talked about how business is changing and how the family constantly adjusts to that. What do you see changing, employee-employee relationship? What do you see coming down the road in terms of where the Virgin Islands is going, and what are the opportunities for employees or job seekers?
So one of the problems that I've talked about a lot with my supervisors and my managers is we have an unfortunate, what I call a middle management problem.
Everybody.
The middle managers are the people who show a lot of initiative. They want to improve their situation. They want to improve their skills. They're curious. They're asking questions. They want to have a career. They're not just there biding time, right? And the problem in the VI is the cost of living here is so extraordinarily high. And what we can afford to pay is in the States, they can pay what we're paying, but the cost of living is half. So anyone with any initiative invariably does the math super quickly and says, I'm leaving, I'm out. So that's where there's a huge amount of opportunity for the students and employees here, is anyone who shows leadership skills or acumen and sticks around here and learns something and participates in the business will become managers.
Right.
And that's our challenge. Our challenge is, we're a successful family business because there have been family people in charge, but that may not always be the case. My kids may not choose to come back to work in the company, right? And so I'm like struggling to find the people who could chart the company's course. Yeah. And it needs to be people from here. It needs to be people from our community. Again, outside, bring people in from outside. It hasn't worked out super well. Now, I will say one of our key managers, like most senior managers, actually he came to work for us in a high school program that we had, back in the late 80s, early 90s, and he's like my right hand. And he's one of the people that I would say that's the future. But that's what our problem is finding that management.
And understanding that too, I think that we have made strategic moves to do that, offering a lot of free education and training, trying to create more rental housing. That's a huge problem. Workforce housing is a huge problem, especially on St. Thomas and St. John, where you can't afford to live, and then bringing down the light bill. So even the stuff that we're doing with getting these photovoltaic cars, the PVs, where you can charge and you can use power instead of using gas, anything to try to bring down the cost of living, subsidizing homes, because we're not going to have a workforce. Tommy, you're from here, local. Both of you, I'm assuming you're from here as well?
Born in Florida, been here 12 years.
Same thing, Virgin Islands. But moving here and working here, what are the nuances you found with the workforce and in hiring employees, if any?
I would agree with the housing. It is very difficult, like a J1 program, if you want to start an internship program. They are making minimum wage, but they're great for hospitality for a year-long internship program. Right. But we can't find housing for them. Or new managers coming down that need to find housing, that's usually only like one or two options. Right. So something like what you're speaking about would be great help in the future. Yeah,
and I think, even when I look for development, that's why it's so important that every single person that goes to our high school, graduates or doesn't graduate, that we figure out a way to get them to work, because it's so hard to move here and set up shop. At least if you're already in your mother's house or you're living with your spouse or whoever, you're already here. I think that is crucial in getting a workforce up, especially when you're not paying $30 an hour, $40 an hour.
Yeah, that would always be a challenge, but I think in our case, luckily, as I said, my workforce over the last 3 years shrunk.
Right.
And so the persons who are in the business now are really people who really came through the business whenever an opportunity, they're always glad to get the opportunity to move up. And so over this year, we've created a number of opportunities and internal movement, and that really helps the organization. But an internship program, I think, is something that we're looking at now from a technical point of view. Right. And because I think that's where you're going to get a next generation of persons who simply maybe they don't want to go to college. Yeah, they just have to come with the right attitude.
I've actually been thinking about that. I've been thinking about it from a university level, where now we pay for tuition, how do we subsidize housing? Because that's an issue, right, for people as well, too, who graduate from Virgin Islands high schools. But we have programs now where we can look at subsidizing employment in the learning phase, and then maybe the employer takes some of that money and give the employee towards rent for the meantime in order to get them situated. But we're going to be working on that. Well, it's been a quick hour, right? Because they told me I only have a couple minutes left. But I want to give you an opportunity to share any other thoughts about growing people, growing your workforce, and growing your business, and what works for you, Tommy.
Well, what's worked for us, frankly, is we're a small business, and because of that family relationship, keeping employees has been the most important thing for our business's development. And what I mean by that is we don't have a corporate mentality, and that's not a comment about the fact that there's big corporations. We don't have a corporate mentality about here they didn't do this. We know our employees. We know what's going on in their lives. We make it our business to be aware of what's happening. So if someone's showing up late, we're having that conversation with them, but we want to understand why, because we've already invested a ton of time in developing that employee, and just having the idea time to go and churning through employees is not in our best interest, because there's a ton of time and energy that we have to do in terms of developing a new employee. So our focus is always on keeping our staff, and we only part ways if something is so fundamentally broken that it needs to change. That's really our focus.
Attention. I like that. Virgin Islanders don't really readily leave jobs. The millennials are leaving a lot faster. I see this thing. I ask people now, it's like, where are you working this week? And some of that is for the government is good, because people are churning their way to the top. Brandy?
I would say advice for our students is take advantage of so many amazing opportunities in the Virgin Islands, the new culinary program that's about to start, and the hospitality program, my brother's workshop. All of those different avenues lead to companies like ours. So I don't let them go by. Take advantage of any of those opportunities. For the small businesses, I would say invest back into your company. Don't just take all the profits out. Investing back into your people with training and development will make your business more successful in the end.
Oh, I love that.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Investing in employees, I'm going to say this to the students, because we just did this. We did CPR training, first aid training. We offered it to every one of our employees. A handful took us up on it.
Yeah.
Businesses often offer you training that isn't just for the business. It's training that's something you get, a new skill. And it's always surprising to me how few people choose to avail themselves of those opportunities.
Tuition too, people don't take it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway,
and yesterday, one of the nuggets I thought was really useful is anything you learn, you walk away with.
Correct.
Every day.
Get into that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Stealing thunder.
But I was going to say the same to the students. Take the step, as you said, find a company that you think you want to work with and start somewhere. And when you get in, throw your job description away. It is really meant as an HR guide for your hiring. But once you're in, just try to learn just about anything, because your movement and the opportunities come from everywhere within an organization. But also, most importantly, whatever you learn, you take it away.
Correct.
And so that is, I think, is the most important thing that a lot of people don't pay attention to. Take all of the free learning you can get, because when you walk out of there, nobody takes it back when they go in. They ask you to leave their phone, their equipment, and everything else, but they'll never ask you to leave what's in your head. So be aggressive, be bold, ask the right questions, associate with the positive people in the work. Don't fall into the trap of the guy who's next to you who comes to work late any old how, and somehow you think you should now emulate that. It's not something to emulate. You won't get far.
Your personal branding follows you wherever you go.
Wherever you go.
When you in that line cussing out that Kmart lady,
Yeah.
person who's at the back of the line don't know she's giving you bad service. All she know is that you're going on like a ringing idiot. That might be the same person that's going to be interviewing you 2 weeks, a month from now. All our supervisors, we know one another. We call one another and be like, this person used to work for you.
Yeah.
Are they good?
Yeah.
And most of the time, silence means nah. If they're not raving about you, and my rule is when I call employers, if they're not sad to see you go, I don't want to see you come. So remember, your branding follows you everywhere. It's been a great panel, and thank you all for joining us. And thank you guys for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and our wonderful panelists for those words of welcome. Let's give them another round of applause. I took a lot of notes, so we want, where's Mike? Mike, okay, Mike is here. We want to create raving fans, right? Our employees are raving fans of our business, our customers are raving fans of our businesses. You want to look for leaders within. And then I just love this, that any employee can go to any manager. We are one company. Customer service isn't just for customer service department. We are all in the customer service business. And take advantage of all those opportunities and trainings and free tuition. That is, I wish they had free tuition in my days. I'm very thankful for student loan forgiveness, but it would have been better off if I had free tuition. Please take advantage of all these opportunities. So it's time for a break, but we want to kind of tell you what you're going to do right after this break. Mike, what do we have coming up?
Absolutely. So right up here on the main stage, we will have another panel discussion. This is all about debunking the myths of tech and business. This is where the most seating is going to be. There's some breakout rooms, and we'll talk about those sessions as well, but there's only 2 rooms that have enough space to hold about 50 people in each. So most people will be here in this main stage room, okay? So be aware of that. So which of the sessions are going to be in the breakout rooms?
We have building your workforce, overcoming the barriers, understanding the labor shortages and the need for Virgin Islands workforce, and that's going to be in the room right outside here on your right. And then we have economic and education actions to transform the workforce. So panelists will discuss the role of education in economic and workforce development, how education plays an important role.
Absolutely. So those sessions are going to run an hour. That'll run till 12. We'll have another panel discussion up here at noon. The lunch is already here, but it'll be distributed at noon.
Noon.
So noon. So right now you've got a few minutes to take a break. If you want to find space in one of the rooms in the lobby, great. If there's no space, please come back in here because this is going to be a great discussion up front.
Thank you all. Enjoy your break. See you at the sessions.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our session, Debunking Myths of Tech and Technology. Today, we're going to learn why it is important to keep speed with technology in today's business world to grow and sustain your business. Panelists will discuss challenges and offer solutions on how to create effective training to help your business thrive and succeed. Our moderator today will be Michael Carty. Mr. Carty is the president of SmartNet and the chairman of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board. Mr. Carty was born on the island of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, a former chemistry major that dropped out of college to help a struggling family. Mr. Carty now runs one of the leading technology companies in the U.S. Virgin Islands and is chairman of the Governor's Workforce Development Board. Primarily self-taught, Michael achieved some of the highest industry-recognized certifications in the tech infrastructure space: Cisco, Avaya, HP, Microsoft. And in 2008, just at the age of 27, in support of the local Department of Education, Mr. Carty designed and deployed one of the largest networks in the region, and at that time, the largest synchronized PTP wireless networks in the world, utilizing Motorola Cambium equipment. His goal as chairman is to highlight and demonstrate that in addition to the traditional academic paths to success through a college degree, there are many other paths of success, like trade skills and apprenticeships that allow someone to quickly transition from learning to earning to owning. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Carty and his panelists.
Thank you. Testing. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Test, test. All right, good morning again, and thanks for the intro. So I have a great panel of individuals up here, and if you could recognize that they're all in the technology field, they all look like me and you, and they're all from the Virgin Islands. So I'm going to briefly have each of them introduce themselves and give you a brief background, starting from my left.
Good morning. My name is Rupert Ross. I started with my public service in July 8, 1993 as a summer employee at the Department of Labor. I'm the director for the Bureau of Information Technology, and that's the organization responsible for the technology strategy of the government of the Virgin Islands.
Hi, good morning. My name is Herman Hart. I started actually at the University of the Virgin Islands as a student employee. I finished school in Atlanta, Georgia. I came back home. I worked for the university for about 3 years, and then I left. I went to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, worked there as a systems analyst for about 7 or 8 years until being promoted to the Chief Information Technology Officer. And at the time, the courts were going through a merger, so then we became the judicial branch. So I became the first Chief Technology Officer of the judicial branch as well. Left government, went to the private sector. I worked for a private company, did some traveling, did some work in the States, and now I work for Banco Popular. Thank you guys for coming. Please pay close attention. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Justina Balipole. Since we're talking about where we started, I started right here homegrown in public school system. I graduated from Ivana Eudora Ken. I attended school in New Jersey. And when I came home, my first 3 years, I started at the Department of Labor for 2.5 years. Then I left, and most of my time I've been in the government, stayed in the government with the Department of Human Services. For the past 10 years, I've been the systems manager. Anything IT is what my office is responsible for. The programs, the SNAP programs, the MEP programs, the VOC programs, all of those programs that you hear about, my IT office have to support those systems. The telephone systems, anything mobile, we support. So if you want technology, yes, I'm here to talk about it.
Good morning, Kevin Baker, born and raised St. Thomas, Devil Ray graduate. Yep, who? and left the Virgin Islands in 1993 to further my education. I started here at UVI for 3 semesters and had an interest in technology. I was actually the guy that's doing all the videotaping like these guys are doing, editing, taking your ID badge, etc. But I furthered my education in electronics engineering, concentrating on computer electronics. So fast forwarding, been around the block several times in public and private sectors. Now do a lot of consultant services for big data companies, pretty much focusing on the healthcare industry. And I'm glad to be here as a panelist to talk to everyone.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ian Tomlinson. I grew up in St. Croix, graduated from Central High. And then I went to University of Virgin Islands, St. Thomas campus, did my bachelor's degree in business, and minored in, at the time it was called data processing. So I'll date myself a little bit. Then I went to the Washington, D.C. area for graduate school, studied at American University, did a master's degree in information engineering, and worked for private industry for about 5 years before starting being co-founder of a company. I'm the CEO of Omni Systems, founded by 2 Virgin Islanders, headquartered in McLean, Virginia. We currently have a staff of over 120 people doing a lot of software development and primary federal government. We also do a lot of work for the local government. So I'm glad to be here. Look forward to talking to the students.
Thank you, thank you. Next, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, good morning. My name is Stephen Adams. I'm the CEO of VINGN. I'm also the new director of the Office of Broadband in the territory that Governor Bryan has assigned me to. And I'm unfortunately not a native Virgin Islanders, but I call this home. I'm from California, and my background is in enterprise software development. I work in mergers and acquisitions for a publicly traded company, and my schooling is from UC Berkeley. That's it.
Thank you, thank you. A round of applause. So I'd like to start off by actually recognizing a difference with us here in the Virgin Islands as opposed to other places in the world. Earlier this year, I was in Barcelona at Mobile World Congress, and most of the companies there were actually bragging at how much they were making with how much little employees they had. However, today, we actually are trying to grow our workforce and get people into business. Now, at the time when I was coming up, it wasn't easy to see this group of individuals in decision-making in tech. So I want to start off by asking, what do you look for in a candidate from the Virgin Islands to hire them, to be able to train them up and make them valuable? Let's start off with Ms. Valuable.
What do I look for in a candidate? Well, we just employed a new employee on St. Croix, and the experience wasn't heavy on the resume, but in speaking to him, interviewing him, he appeared to be a team player. Most of his background was worked very good with teams, and I was looking for that because we have a small team. There's about 7 of us, and we support the whole human services St. Thomas St. Croix. And also, he showed a lot of leadership skills. He talked about, his, everybody does Google, and he's a Googler, and IT does Google, okay? So he showed a lot of initiatives in new systems and new software. So I look for those things. Team player, he was goal-oriented, so he was willing to learn if he's goal-oriented.
So pretty much team player and interest in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So I'm going to take that question, and we have limited time, and I want to put it over to Ian for a quick second, because he comes with a different perspective, having a large business, being from here, but then having a large company in the States. So tell me the difference between Virgin Islander candidates that you may interview from here who are looking for a job in IT, and then other candidates from the mainland, if you see a difference?
Sure. One of the things that we always look for in candidates in both places is attitude and willingness to learn, and initiative. I think that's how we got our start, to all of us. We put the time in to pursue. So always look for candidates who are interested and want to learn. The big difference between the States and here is, in the States, it's a lot about specialization, because you have a large workforce and each IT person, for example, may specialize in one thing. But in the Virgin Islands, in your IT workforce, you have to be able to do many things. And so we look for candidates here that can learn different things and are willing to learn.
Great, thank you. So and let me ask this question. I want to punt it over to Mr. Ross. So you run one of the largest IT shops in the Virgin Islands as far as the Bureau of Information Technology. You see many candidates here, some of them already working, some of them here in high school. What's your deciding factor for giving someone a chance? Even though they may not have the experience, how do you decide that this individual is worth a shot?
Definitely, when I look at candidates, I think about the right person in the right seat in the bus. And sometimes it's not just a technical background. Definitely that brings something to the table. But one, I think Ian is touching on it, you can't be a one-trick pony. Two, you definitely have to have a good personality, and I think that's what Josina was kind of referring to. And that personality has to lead to willingness to learn, willingness to work in a team, willingness to provide input and feedback. And I just think that good people kind of surface to the top. We always wanted to be able to, whenever we hire, we always want to make sure that we're adding to the team and that person is going to be a good fit. So we're always looking for a good person who's willing to learn. We'll teach them anything they need to know.
Great, and I hope you guys listening, because none of these panelists so far said that you had to either be the smartest person in the room, already have a degree. The most they touched on here is having a great attitude and having interest. And I'm going to add commitment to the industry and the job that we're looking to get. So I'm going to go over to Mr. Adams right quick, because Mr. Adams runs VING. And I know you guys hear it advertised all the time, but it's one of the largest networks in the Caribbean. Now, Mr. Adams, you mentioned in your intro that you're from the mainland. How do you balance handling, say, experience in the mainland with staff there and coming to a new culture, a new island, in a new area, and managing that talent effectively?
Yeah. The big difference, I've grown up, my entire professional life has been in Silicon Valley. So the mindset's a little bit different, and I'm trying to bring that into our shop. And of course, I echo everything that has been said by the panelists, and the panel before, I thought, did an eloquent job of discussing the importance of attitude. Smart people can do anything. You can teach any skill. But the one quality that I'm trying to bring to my shop and to the territory is to think bigger. You can never think big enough. So when you're in conversations at Google and Apple and Facebook, and I've been in those types of conversations, you put an idea out, they'll look at you with a blank stare and say, that's not big enough. They always say, does that change the world? That's what they're looking for. It's like, if it doesn't change the world, and I had a recent conversation with Microsoft, and they said, if that's not going to make us $1 billion, we're not interested. So, but that means that the individual themselves has to think, do I have $1 billion idea? To come to this panel, one of my new tech guys said, Stephen, I have this idea for the seaborne. We should put up the time of arrivals. And I said, oh, that's great, that's great. That's not big enough. Think bigger. He goes, what do you mean think bigger? I said, how does that transform all of Virgin Islands? Right. So that whole idea that the youth, whatever idea that you have, it's not big enough. Think bigger. That's the main thing that I'm trying to change culturally. Think big.
Sounds good. That's great. Now, sometimes it's hard to think big when you have some imposed limitations. And the best way to break those limitations is with additional knowledge and training. So I'm going to punt this over to Mr. Hart, because Mr. Hart and I went to Charlotte Amalie High School together. And we both understand and have seen how limitations can hold you back and actually make you settle into your challenges, meaning you don't think that there's a great tomorrow. So Mr. Hart, how has training in your life evolved you from a career perspective, and now you move from IT into more business? How has training helped you?
Well, I mean, training has definitely made me think 10 steps ahead. So towards that large goal, you know, I've been able to break down into steps like, what do I need to achieve in the next week? What do I need to achieve in the next month? Mr. Cartier and I, we actually started out, he has several certifications, I have several certifications, and we used to kind of, you know, keep each other intact. You know, he's studying for one thing, I'm studying for something else in different disciplines. I mean, the courses that we took, some of the certifications took 6 tests, some of them take 7 tests. So, I mean, we've had to break them down kind of like into manageable objectives that we might say, this one might take me 2 months or 3 months. And in actually analyzing how to achieve your goals, I think it's very, very important for you to break items down into packets that are manageable. In project management, they call it work packets, 40 hours of work. So, you know, try to keep your goals, always focus on your goals, but try to break them down into achievable tasks that you could kind of stay focused on. So I think training has helped me to be able to discern kind of how to break stuff into manageable, achievable tasks.
Thank you, thank you. So that leads me to our next question now, which I'm going to punt to Mr. Baker. Now, you're in the cybersecurity space, and many times before you even get to clacking on keyboards, you have to go through volumes and volumes of paperwork. How does breaking things down and creating a system help you manage that process of breaking down that paperwork to deliver a product or service to a client in the cybersecurity space?
Well, in the cybersecurity space, we pretty much do our homework prior to any engagement. And I'm going to piggyback off of what Mr. Hart said. Training is very important, but I tell our consultants, our staff, what are you doing to set yourself apart from the others? And I often recommend you could go home and increase your knowledge base by practicing. So we've done this over the years, and we've came up with methodologies that work to help simplify our processes, to eliminate the abundance of paperwork for any engagement that we get involved with. So we now have these repeatable processes that we follow throughout, and that's what helps us get through those burdens.
Great, thank you. So again, realize breaking it down, even though the task or the subject may seem intimidating, breaking it down does help extremely well when it comes to actually understanding it and getting through. So I want to punt over to Ian. A quick question for you. When it comes to working on the mainland and partnering with other businesses, other African-American owned businesses, or even other larger businesses, what key do you see to success when it comes to making a successful partnership in business on the mainland, or anywhere for that matter?
Sure. In our business, we have to partner a lot, especially when we're working with the federal government. The projects are always large. Even large businesses themselves are partnering together. So what's important is to build relationships. So we always try to build relationships with the companies that we want to work with. And we always look at relationships as a long term. So, you know, we've worked with some companies for 20 years. And the way you achieve that is make sure you do always the job that is at hand, you do a good job at that. And always look at the relationship that is going to be a lifelong relationship with you and other companies. And we always try to also help mentor other companies that are coming up. Our business is starting its 30th year in business in October, and we always try to lend a hand to those, you know, especially the small minority businesses.
Great, great. And I'm glad you said that, because a lot of us, sometimes in business, we get big, but then we don't look back and give a hand up or a leg up to other businesses that are trying to come up, whether in our own territory or elsewhere. So one thing I want to get across to you guys is communicate, collaborate, work with each other. You are not alone. All the folks in this room and all the things that this summit is to offer is to help you get a leg up, and like I said earlier, create an unfair advantage. Now, Mr. Adams, you mentioned thinking big, and sometimes thinking big, like I mentioned, isn't easy when you come from a limited environment. How do you manage talent that's great talent that may not align with your vision?
It's about growing talent. The previous, again, I'm referencing the previous platform panel because I thought it was really good, is that there's two things. One is that it's extremely important to seek out mentorship. Even when I came to the Virgin Islands, I sought out a mentor here because the culture is different, the expectations are different, my skill sets are different. So no matter what age you're at, whether you're in high school or whether you're along in your career, seeking out mentorships is important, because the mentors will actually tell you things that you need to know of if your ideas are aspirational, or if they're doable, or if it's folly. I think that that's incredibly important. And then the second thing is that within our shop, everyone gets training. It's just like, and I don't tell them what the training is. I set the goals and expectations for my shop of what the expectations for deliverables are. And if you don't have the skill set, you go find the skill, and I'll pay for that skill. So the onus isn't on me to advance the careers of the people in my shop. It's up to them. They have to say what they want to do, and then they come and I say, I'll fund anything. I have yet to see a PO I did not sign when it came to furthering someone's career.
Thank you for those words, for sure. Now, Mr. Ross, I have a question for you. What, in your day-to-day and in meeting new candidates, what is the biggest issue you find in saying yes to hiring a candidate in today's day and age?
I would say that candidates that show up and have an attitude that the technology is the center of the delivery of the services that we deliver, I have a challenge hiring those type of people, because it's not about the technology, it's really about the people. And so I was thinking, while everyone was speaking about business owners, and I was thinking to myself that one of the challenges that I have in my profession is that everyone thinks that technology is something separate and it's only done in the back room. But it's a part of the services and the business that you deliver. So, even as the owner of the business down to the end user, everybody have to understand it. But that's not the defining factor. The technology is not the defining factor. It's the people that you serve, the services that you give them, and then the innovation that you grow out of that.
So it's not just tech for tech's sake, it's tech to help individuals solve problems.
Right.
Gotcha. Now, I want to go over to you, Mr. Hart. When we were coming up, there were not a lot of resources when it comes to self-training. We had to really dig, find, and put a lot of grit into learning. But now it's all over, sometimes for free. Do you see this abundance of information as helping or hurting candidates on their path to succeed?
So I could say, I've seen both. I think technology can sometimes serve as a distraction, but I think mentorship can help you with that. It could kind of tell you what avenues make sense, which ones actually going to reap fruit that benefit you in the short and long term. I think the dedication to learning is something that people have to own, and I think asking for help is one of the best things they can do. So you have to make yourself available. I mean, I hope the panel takes note of the people that are sitting here. All of them are very approachable. I know everyone one way or another, maybe not directly, but I know of them, and I know everybody here is approachable, and everybody here is willing to help the technology sector grow. So I think when we were coming up, it didn't have opportunities like this one. So it was hard to find people, and back then, people were very, very restrictive with what they knew. I could tell you, Ian, I mean, I talk to Ian all the time. I mean, you know, Rupert, same. So, and Mike, of course, you know, me and you talk every week. So, I mean, it's just for us to kind of cross-pollinate and kind of continue to help our sector grow. The one thing I can say that is a challenge is that I think when we were coming up, it had more people that were really interested, even without this supporting factor. So I think that bothers me a little bit, but hopefully we can see that turn around, yeah.
Great, thank you for that. Now I'm going to Josina, because this is an important point that I want to bring. Realize that Josina is one of the only female leaders in IT in the Virgin Islands. You don't see that very often anywhere, not on the mainland, not in other countries. So some of the challenges that Mr. Hart just mentioned, times that by 2 or 4 for Ms. Balipol coming up in the industry. So Josina, give us a little glimpse into how you came about to now become a technology leader in the Virgin Islands.
That's a good one. Well, when I started, I always wanted to remain in the background. I started programming, and I love programming, and I could do that on my own. And
when you say programming, you mean like software?
Software programming, all the old, well, I'm not going to age myself, but so I love doing that, and you know, programming and getting your outcome, and you celebrate that. And I did that for a while. I worked with contractors, you know, I've seen them come and go, and I always had an issue with when we create our contract, we don't focus on training. So that was always one of the things that when I sat on the table, that I made sure training was part of a contract. But I was approached. I've had supervisors. I've seen they're good and they're not so good. So when I was approached to manage the office, I was fearful because I was coming from sitting among the same staff that I was now going to manage. But the good thing about it is, you know, you believe in yourself, but there was people that believe in me more than I believed in myself. And that encouraged me to step out of the comfort zone because I was comfortable where I was and I could have stayed there. But I said to myself too, if I don't do it, somebody's gonna come from the outside and do it. So why not? And I did. And I think my staff respect me, I respect them. They understood that, you know, I have to do my job. So if I have to write you up or pull you up on something, I'm gonna do it because I'm now a manager and I have to. I'm not gonna sit here and not do my work, not do it effectively. And that I think gained a lot of respect, and we work great as a team. And working with the other agencies, like you said, most of them are men. Most of them I run into are men. There are a few women out there, and we know them, and they hold their own. But my mentality is, if I want it done, I'm going to find a way to get it done. I'm going to ask the questions and reach out to the people that are going to help me get it done. And I've had some great relationships with that.
Thank you, thank you. And I want all of you students to give Ms. Josina Balipol a round of applause. Everybody there. And she manages one of the largest networks in the Virgin Islands. All the benefits, EBT, SNAP benefits, they go through her network. She manages it with her team. That's a big deal. So what I want to look at now is, in the past, in the Virgin Islands, being in this industry, many times you would see large companies coming from the States, and local businesses may only get maybe the scraps or the crumbs that come along. However, in the past few years, I've noticed a shift in individuals wanting and seeking out local businesses to do that work, local businesses to take the chance on. So Ian, I want to ask you that question. Do you notice that shift as well that has happened, to where local businesses are encouraged to participate more now rather than take a back seat like we were in the past? Tell me.
Yes, so I've noticed that. And I've noticed that, you know, as we all have been trying to promote the IT industry here, that is getting to be more vibrant. We have more people entering and pursuing, jobs locally. The other thing that I would say is, I think the pandemic may have also opened the eyes to folks here that, we all knew from the IT field, but, and this is very good for the students here, we live in a beautiful place, but now you could work for a company anywhere around the world and still be here. So, when you think about your career, you don't have to think that my employer is in the Virgin Islands. Your employer could be in Europe, and you can still work here. So I think that's a very important thing. That's common thinking beyond just the Virgin Islands. So companies like ours can also be doing jobs around the world. Like our company most recently did a job in Northern Mariana Islands, right? Halfway around the world. But that's the way that I think the Virgin Islands need to think. The world is the stage now.
So on that point, and I'll ask you this second follow-up question, do you think now it's more likely for a local business to create a strong foundation in the Virgin Islands to then expand on the mainland? Because before it was the reverse. Even with your company, you guys started on the mainland and came back home. Is it now an easier time to have strong footing in the VI and expand from there?
I certainly think so. And one of the things is now everyone have mobile devices, and you have apps on your mobile devices. Well, the development of apps and the marketing of apps is no longer, you need to have a big corporation and an extensive organization to get that done. So 2 people could create an app here that's blowing up around the world. So the small business has a more level playing field now, and the tools and the training and the education to do that is there. I mean, you've seen it. Even some high schoolers are creating apps. So it's taking the initiative and putting the time in. Like all of us know, when you're really interested in something, you would spend the time and spend all the hours on it.
Great, thank you. Now I want to go over to Mr. Baker, because you are one of those individuals who was doing business on the mainland, but now have come back home to set up shop and distribute your talents and your services.
Yes.
Was that because of good timing now, or was that because of bad timing in the States?
So Asia said I need to keep it brief. So I'm going to try to keep it brief. So yes, we've been successful on the mainland, primarily focusing on cybersecurity. And there's lots I could tell you about. However, some of my staff, we do a lot of the dark web, underground stuff. And they came to me with a list. And this list, surprisingly, had quite a bit of government IDs and passwords. So
and this is local government?
Local government, St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John. It was about 60 names on the list. And out of that 60 names, about 60% of them were actually active. We could get in, we could do whatever we wanted to do. However, you got to be careful when you're doing that, because when you touch these systems, you get caught, blah, blah, blah. So I said, well, there's a fundamental issue here in the territory. And what can we do to help, being that I'm from here, and it's an embarrassment, what can we do to help fix that? So that's when I came back, I think it was 2019, and started working actually first with the Division of Personnel, and they've made some changes. And then the pandemic occurred. One of the things for us as business owners, we need to learn to adapt. And something, consulting, face-to-face consulting became difficult. Pretty much everyone was starting to use Teams or Zoom. So a lot of things shifted. For us, we provided a lot of equipment. We actually provided equipment to the schools with Senator Milton Potter. We were part of that, and then we do stuff with the university-bound program as well. So Cybersecurity, I think, as everyone here is saying, we're trying to raise the level for technology. I think the next big thing is cybersecurity. And I heard that the university is actually offering a program for that. And I've told these guys since Tuesday in St. Croix, I think we should all get together at some point and figure out a way to help raise awareness in the territory, and whether there's different seminars, whatever it is, so we could help, do some development.
Great. Now, keep in mind too, also at the Department of Labor, there is a cybersecurity apprenticeship that's being developed. So if you come at it from the university and from the apprenticeship side, I think we should get some good candidates. Now, I want to punt over to you, Mr. Ross. You manage one of the largest networks or the largest customer base in the Virgin Islands. And it has evolved quite a bit from back in the days, because it had one point where email wasn't even reliable to use. But now it's second nature. Now everybody has Teams. How have you and your team upskilled yourselves to be able to support this many users relying on technology every day, every hour, and keeping it reliable?
Training. I think one of the things that we recognize too is that training is kind of divided into what do you want to accomplish, and then you kind of work backwards on how do you make that roadmap to get there. The team always is training. It's part of your job. I was speaking to someone the other day, and they were like, I got too much things to do. I don't have time for training. And I'm like, that's a part of your job. You have to continue to train. And what also has helped is once we've been recognizing people for training as well, the things that they get done, and showing appreciation for them continuing their training. They want to do more, and so that's pretty much the bottom line. We have to stay on top of new technology. It's really strange how quickly innovation is happening. I said it in St. Croix, and I'll say it here. The Microsofts of the world and the Googles of the world and the AWSs of the world are recognizing that they're innovating so quickly that they're giving away training free because they need people to keep up. So, training.
Good point. Now, you bring up a next point as far as those large businesses, and this is for most of the people in business and who are in the IT business up here. In the past, you would have a company that would do value adds or do more integration on top of either a software or a hardware that was being delivered. But now you have the larger companies actually delivering some of these value adds for free. So Ian, let me ask you, how do you balance being a valuable partner to your customers while the larger companies are giving away some of that value for free?
Sure, and we partner with all those big companies, so that's the first thing as a business. When you see those opportunities, because they themselves also can deliver, and they don't have the relationship with the customer, right? So what we try to be is a trusted advisor to the customer, and then they will get those services even through your company. Even though they're coming from the big company, and some of it is free, the total understanding of the customer, that big company is not spending the time to understand the customer and what the customer's actual needs are. And so that's where we as technology companies always have to look at what's the shift in the industry and adjust.
Thanks. Now, Mr. Adams, I have a question for you. When it comes to bandwidth and internet speeds, it's the one thing that everybody relies more on every day, every year, every hour. But it's the one thing that everybody expects to pay less for every day, every hour. How do you balance the economics of being able to run a business where the need for it is going up, but the expectation of price is for it to come down?
Yeah, and further to your point, which is an excellent point, is that people have the expectations that the pricing and performance should be the same as in Florida and the same in New York, right? So the ISPs, the internet service providers, are constantly under attack about how come my speeds aren't faster and how come it's not cheaper. Well, the bottom line, without getting too technical about it, is that it's an infrastructure cost, right? You know, if you put $100 million into an infrastructure, as in VINGN, as in Liberty, as in VIA, you have to get that money back in some reasonable amount of time. And so with a population on a good census day of being 100,000 people, there's just not enough population for 3 middle-mile networks to be able to amortize the cost to get that money back. So we have to look at creative ways of being able to lower prices and make bandwidth more ubiquitous in the territory. One of the things that's a blessing of, not a blessing, but one of the outcomes from the pandemic is that there's an unprecedented amount of monies that's now available. You know, when I came to VINGN, the company was crumbling under these infrastructure costs. Now we have tens of millions of dollars at our disposal, right? You know, all the grants total about $80 million. And those monies are going to go into our community to be able to help bring prices down so the ISPs can be competitive with stateside, not just with themselves, but with stateside pricing, stateside expectation on bandwidth. So we're going to be investing into these networks. VIA's making investments, Liberty is making an investment, and we have a role to play as well to invest in these networks to bring the pricing down.
And with these investments and potentially lower costs, do you see potential for those providers, those integrators to increase their staff to support it as well?
Oh, absolutely. I was hoping you were going to ask me that question because of this I think is the big change to an earlier question you had about, subcontractors. You know, there's this thing I learned this in DC, that in the African American community, when we get a dollar in our businesses, our dollars leave our community within 6 hours. In the dominant community, it's 21 days. It's a big shift. So we have, let's just say we have $50 million coming into our territory that were at our disposal out of my shop. Well, I want to make sure that that money stays in the Virgin Islands, that it doesn't go to Puerto Rico, that it doesn't go to Florida, it doesn't go to New York, but it goes to contractors, ISPs, service providers here in the territory.
Correct. So that pretty much goes to making sure investments and opportunities are given to the right people in the right hands.
Invest in our community.
Correct. Right. So I would like to go ahead and start to wrap up a bit. And I want each of you to tell me, how can we make technology easier or more accessible to everyone here as a trade to get involved with? Mr. Rupert Ross, I'll start with you. How can we make technology more of a trade and accessible to anybody that wants to be in the industry?
I think, I think about my grandmother who's now passed and how she used to sit at the computer and log on to Banco Popular and do her banking and stuff like that. But she was fearless. She didn't fear the technology. And I think as we try to instill that in, I think the young people don't have a fear of technology. They were born with it. They think it's always been here. They don't remember 56K dial-up. But there's a group of people in between, after us, before my grandmother, who needs to be taught that they don't need to fear it. They're running companies, they're running businesses, they're interacting with you and they always said to you, this is technology. I don't want to do anything with this, you do it. Exactly. So that's the group that we need to take that fear out of it.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Hart, to you now, how can we make technology more accessible to our community? Not just to use, but to be involved with.
So for me, I think each of us have to kind of challenge ourselves to bring and encourage and mentor 4 or 5 people, and then kind of continue that, trend. I mean, I get calls all the time from people when they start making 6 figures that worked under me, and they're like, yo, I make it, and they're like, now I good. So I say, all right, time to double it, So it's a very lucrative industry, and I think for us, we need to start teaching more collaboration so that, we could diverse our risk a little bit. so that we could take on more challenges and get some of these opportunities available. But it's just, each one teach one. We just kind of build our networks like that and just keep going.
Josine?
Yeah. So I think we need to start by marketing technology more. Someone said earlier that technology is in the background. Well, we need to bring it to the foreground. We need to, like our young high schoolers, they know technology. So in speaking to your parents and they want to do banking, tell them they could do it the easier way. Encourage technology. I've done that for my coworkers when they're doing stuff like, you still doing it like this? Why don't you try it like this? Introduce technology. Let them know that technology runs our everyday life. Everything we do with tech. So once we keep talking about it, people get interested in it, and it's going to catch on.
Agreed. Mr. Baker, how about you?
I think it's us as a community, us that's up here, down there. We need to find ways to do more seminars like this. Focus on technology. And I think that's going to help raise the awareness, because like Rupert said, it's not the kids that needs the awareness on technology. Is those that's between the kids and the grandparents that struggle with technology. So if we have more of these forums throughout the territory, I think that's going to help bring more stuff to the community, more awareness, and we will see the adoption a lot easier. And again, I have to say, we cannot forget cybersecurity. It's a very, very, very important topic for everyone, not just the tech heads. And we need to continue doing this in the territory. And like I've told you, I'm committed to getting this done. So for those of you that don't know, Mike actually called me at the last minute, or we coordinated this at the last minute, and I stopped everything I was doing, got on a plane, got down here to make it possible to be here. So whatever it takes to get it done, where we could raise the awareness, I'm more than willing to participate with any group, any function, any organization to help get this done.
Thanks for coming, by the way. So Ian, and I'm calling you Ian because I don't want to mess up your last name. So,
that's fine.
How can we, same question, and I just want to restate it, how can we make tech more accessible as a trade for our young Virgin Islanders or Virgin Islanders that want to retrain or rescale and get into the industry?
So I'll echo what has been said already, and because my background is software engineering, I would say we should be pushing to get more things homegrown. When I came into the industry, there was a lot of programmers in the Virgin Islands. If you guys remember, all the banking systems were done by local Virgin Island programmers. And through the years, we have outsourced everything, and so that talent left. With respect to the varying age groups and accessing technology, my mom is on her phone with Facebook and so forth. So the technology is there, but it needs to be simple. So even interaction with government or your business, by utilizing simple technology, you will have that access. And I think all of that stuff could be built here because it used to be in the past, and we've gone away from that.
Definitely, I agree. Thanks. Mr. Adams, how can we turn tech into a trade, make it more accessible?
I like to close out by talking about what we actually are doing. Governor Bryan has this initiative, community Wi-Fi throughout the territory. And the reason why I want to highlight and close with that is because that program is so important, because what we're trying to do is to get more people to touch technology, but freely, right? It's like, don't be afraid of technology. So when you make technology ubiquitous in the territory, then people say it's approachable. And once technology is approachable and you can touch it and you can experiment with it, then you'll come up with ideas. And then when you come up with ideas, like, oh, I didn't know this. And your idea might come on a beach, it might come in a park, it might come in a classroom. But the important part is not to be afraid of technology. But my closing thought is actually for the youth. And my closing thought is, don't be afraid to fail. That is the most important part about technology, is that there's no such thing as failure, but we put artificial barriers in front of us to be able to say, oh, that's for those kids. That's for those other kids over there that don't look like me. No, it's for you. right? And I'm a testament of that. So do not be afraid to fail, because where failure comes is where you advance. And in my own, I've had a couple of software businesses, and I remember going to one of my mentors he was the president of Oracle Corporation, for those of you who know that business, a very big business. And I was just really sad. It's like I lost millions of dollars on an idea. And he's just like, I would have lost the same amount of money in the stock market. He goes, the important part is that I will invest in you again, because you won't make that mistake, you'll make other mistakes. So he actually invested in me because I failed, and he invested in the next venture because I was showing that I wasn't afraid to fail.
You were very fortunate.
I was very fortunate.
So as we wrap up now, I thank you guys for being out here on this panel, because honestly, this is not a common occurrence. You don't see this type of panel in this industry easily or commonly by any means. And I want to encourage everybody here to realize that tech is a trade. Tech was my way out. Tech is how I got to actually be able to change my life. And I want any of you to do the same. If you don't have a career idea yet, look, jump into the trade of tech, and then you'll figure it out, or you will stay in tech. But right now is the opportunity to do it. The one thing that I would like to do is highlight that right now it's the best chance for businesses to take the chance and employ our people. Because we have predictability, because we have a roadmap in front of us, we could take that chance. Because some of the times you don't want to hire new people because you don't know if you can sustain them. But now is the time to do it. And I encourage everybody to do it in the tech industry, the boating industry, tourism, etc. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you to our wonderful, highly technical, made it simple for the rest of us panelists, and our wonderful moderator. Everybody give them a round of applause one more time. Thank you. All right, next up on our agenda, we're going to have lunch. But before that, we're just going to make a few announcements of how that's going to go and what you can look forward to coming up next.
Right, so a couple of things. So during lunch, there'll be a presentation here on stage. That's going to be streaming live as well. After lunch at 12:45, we'll have another panel discussion up here. For lunch, should we explain it?
Yes.
We're going to try and work it this way. So students, you're going to line up on this side and go out the doors to grab your lunch out there. Everybody else, we're going to ask you to line up on this side, go through those doors, and grab your lunch on that side. Okay? We'll try and guide you the best that we can, but lunch is out there and it is waiting. And you are welcome to it.
Yeah, it's a nice light lunch, so you can have a lot of energy and pay attention for all the rousing afternoon sessions we have. So grab your drinks, your light lunch, and come back into this room so you can hear what's going on the main stage. We'll have VIDOL, Equus, and our core partners with a presentation, and the key panel discussion is Thriving Workforce in the New Norm. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
To all our esteemed guests and our student participants, I am Laurie Christian, the one-stop operator for the VI American Job Center, and my role is to make certain that all of our partners, all the partners of the One Stop, are working together to ensure job seeker success. Here with me today is my fellow Equus One Stop team member, Marcy Highstand. Ms. Highstand is the Project Director of Equus Workforce Solutions, serving adult and dislocated workers. Yesterday, we heard from the Department of Education representatives, Dr. Tanya Lockhart, from the State Office, Career, Technical, and Adult Ed. The Principal of Adult Education, Krista Ann Malloy, was also with us. And presenting today are core partners from the Department of Human Services, Sierra Burke, Director of TANF Jobs, Cindy Rollins-Williams, Director of CSEP, Senior Community Service Employment Program, and Ms. Charlene Hodge, Vital's Director of Workforce Development. She's going to wrap us up. The AJC collaborated with the University of the Virgin Islands earlier this year to create a virtual career summit. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to UVI's very own Michael Bell. Michael, a journalism major, interviewed Governor Bryan for the Career Summit. He next became a DOL Summer Lift participant. He couldn't join us today because he's currently in New York attending the prestigious Thurgood Marshall's Leadership Conference. Otherwise, he was going to be here. So we're going to hear from him now about his experience.
Good day. My name is Michael Bell, a senior here at...
Thank you for joining us for day one of tomorrow's Workforce Today. The future is now. University of the Virgin Islands Careers Day.
Good day to everyone. I want to welcome you to this UVI Career Fair. I want to applaud the America Job Center for partnering with our student employment leaders in creating this important day.
Good day. My name is Michael Carty, Chairman of the Workforce Development Board, and I welcome you to the Tomorrow's Workforce Today. The Future is Now Career Fair and Summit.
Good day. I'm Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. We are here to serve you.
And I think for my last question, every great leader, every person that has ever been in power, past, future, present, always have a magnum opus, a legacy to leave behind. You were a graduate of UVI yourself, and after many positions in the USVI's government, we want to know, in the next 20 years, if looking back, what do you hope your legacy will be?
I want to be the author of the new Virgin Islands. So I want to be the person that actually rebuilds or builds this new, not only physically structures, economy, a way of thinking, way of doing business for us. And it really is based on education, right? I mean, I always tell people, you know, my old man, my father, is like the greatest inspiration in my life. I mean, my father bathed outside. And he didn't have no indoor plumbing and stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I'm the governor of the Virgin Islands. I sat in the White House. That is an opportunity of education. And it's three things I think. You got to have you got to be blessed to be have a good family. You got to have a strong faith in God, and you have to believe in education. And those three things will carry a long way, because education is not just about school. It's about the entire learning. And you don't have kids yet, and I hope when you have kids, you understand that you have to raise children, you have to educate them in the world and in the way things work and the way that they interpret everything that they see. Having those three things for Virgin Islanders, for young people in the Virgin Islands, there's so much opportunity out there. And it's almost sad sometimes when you see it. And I think about this often. Every time I hear somebody get shot in a corner or anything, that kid could have had like the cure for cancer. That kid could have known how to end diabetes, but we've lost that opportunity because he never got a chance, or she never got a chance to see or experience education or what the world could offer. They never got a chance to see a piano, and they could have been the greatest pianist in the world. They're dead. That is what we fight against. And if we just get our community to believe in those three things, a real God, a strong family, and when I say family, it don't mean if it's auntie and an uncle, a grandmother, two fathers, two mothers, mother and father, mother alone, father alone, just some people who believe in and supporting that child, and that strong belief that in order to be in this world, learning is a constant thing, cradle to grave.
I really appreciate the opportunity, Governor Bryan, for coming out during your busy schedule to do this interview, and it has been such a great honor to sit here and have a conversation with you today. So really, thank you.
It's been my honor as well, too. And you're good at this. I think you got a career. We'll watch out.
Good day. My name is Michael Bell, a senior here at the University of the Virgin Islands and the UVI ABJ's Vice President. I am proud to speak to you today at the Governor's Workforce Summit. I would say that my experience after being involved with the Tomorrow's Workforce Today, The Future is Now project was one of empowerment and confidence. The opportunity opened the doors to an amazing summer internship through the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's Summer Lift program. I will say that my experience with the Tomorrow's Workforce Today, The Future is Now project was a meaningful memory that I will never forget. Last spring, I had the opportunity to interview the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. I was able to sit down and discuss various topics with the aid of my fellow member, UVI ABJ's George Francis. I interviewed the governor on affairs of the USVI and its people, most importantly, the young generation of Virgin Islanders. They will one day take over and lead our territory to new heights. The interview was an extraordinary experience to meet the governor and his staff and to network, but most importantly, to put a face to the name Michael Bell. And I had the opportunity to showcase my professionalism, my communication skills, and my public speaking skills. My decision to enroll in the summer 2022 LIFT program, however, stemmed from a need to acquire practical work experiences as I headed into my senior year of college. Little did I know that I would end up right here at Government House, interning for the Governor's Communications Office under the Communications Director, Richard Mota. And what a fantastic summer. When I signed up for this program, I had no idea they would be one of the most worthwhile experiences of my life. I gained a new sense of professionalism. The LIFT program offered me new experiences, giving me access to knowledge, new skills, and various network opportunities. Honestly, the LIFT program allowed me to see our government function at the highest level. A critical aspect of the job is collaboration and how many people work together in order to get the job done. It is a team effort with lots of accountability, responsibility, listening, writing, and communicating. During the internship, I was afforded a front row seat to see our government right in action. The Labor Lift program opened doors to limitless possibilities. I would highly recommend this internship program to college students looking for a chance to complete an internship. Two questions were posed to me. Does the Virgin Islands offer opportunities to students and to me to seek? And the possible solutions towards what we should do to implement new changes. And this is my answer. I think that the Virgin Islands is moving in the right direction. by offering college students and graduates opportunities. For example, the LIFT program is now slated to be a year-round internship. And then there's the GVI Fellows program. According to Governor Bryan, it is designed to provide opportunities for training and jobs, working in the Government House of the Virgin Islands to the territory's best and young adults. In conclusion, I'd like to implore the stakeholders to continue to implement programs and initiatives that will help the young people obtain the tools necessary to build a stronger, brighter future for themselves and for the United States Virgin Islands. I wish you all the best of luck and enjoy the Governor's Workforce Summit. Thank you.
That was wonderful. I'm so glad Mr. Bell could take the time to provide that for us. Thank you, Ms. Christian, for the earlier introduction. I am Marcy Highstand, the Project Director of Equus Workforce Solutions. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for participating in Day 2 of the Governor's 2022 Workforce Summit. A special welcome to all our dignitaries, job seekers, and employers, and also our Regional Director in attendance today, and that is Mr. David Gennaro, and our VP of Operations as well, Mr. Rudy Racine. Next slide, please. Equus Workforce Solutions is North America's most comprehensive workforce services provider. We are in 36 states, which include Puerto Rico and most recently the U.S. Virgin Islands and Canada, and we are in 380 locations across North America. Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, otherwise known as WIOA Title I, funds the one-stop system. Federal funds enable employment opportunities, career pathways, soft and work readiness skills training, occupational training services, and partner offerings. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Equus talent delivery model delivered by our staff focuses on both job seekers and employers. Next slide. Our training facilitator introduces job seekers to our program and conducts skill building workshops. We also have in-house talent development specialists who are trained to use an individualized approach to first engage job seekers, like we're doing today, assess their needs, and then confirm eligibility. After confirming eligibility, talent is prepared and development begins in the client's chosen career path. Our business service consultants focus on building employer relationships to launch apprenticeships, work experience programs, and on-the-job training. We work to increase retention. The Equus talent delivery model allows us to meet our goals for Virgin Islanders, which is to continue to serve the community by creating opportunities and changing lives, one client at a time. Thank you for your time today. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Good afternoon, everyone. With the protocol set before me, I would like to just say greetings to all and also say a welcome on behalf of our Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, Kimberly Causey Gomez, who is not here with us today, but we have great representation for the Department of Human Services. My name is Sarah Burke, and I am the Director of the Temporary Assistance of Needy Families program here in the Virgin Islands. And currently, I want to showcase two of our programs that lead to employment. I also have with me one of our colleagues that is here, Ms. Williams, who is also going to be sharing some of her experiences and programs as well. If you're going to pay attention, let me hear you clap once. If you know you're paying attention, let me hear you clap twice. Now we're ready. Let's go. All right. So again, as I wanted to share with you today, in reference to the temporary assistance of needy family, it's a great program that unfortunately many of the people of the Virgin Islands are not taking advantage of. The reason why I say this is because enrollment in the past couple of years has been a little low, and we want to make sure that this Workforce Summit actually adds to our enrollment. So I want to share with you 3 different features as it relates to the temporary assistance of needy families, also known as TANF. One feature is that it provides cash assistance to those individuals that are in need. This program serves clients 18 years and older with dependent children. The TANF replaces the Aid to Family with Dependent Children, also known as AFDC, under the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. We also provide, as I made mention before, cash assistance to the head of household of the TANF families, clients that we serve. We provide assistance to needy families and children to be cared for in their own homes, as well as also in the homes of relatives and daycare. We also provide prevention to reduce incidences of wedlock. One of the programs that we are ready to launch with the Department of Education is called PREP. And a lot of you high school students will be involved with that Personal Responsibility Educational Program, which falls under the preview of TANF as well. The third feature, are we ready? When the students are ready, the teacher will appear. Thank you. The third feature is that TANF is so instrumental in the development of the job career readiness component. At the end, it is our goal to make sure that we push individuals that are currently receiving government assistance towards self-sufficiency. You might be asking yourself, well, Ms. Burke, if this program is so great, why is it that the enrollment at this present moment has been low? One of the variables that contributes to our low enrollment has to do with our cultural beliefs and our cultural norms. Based on the law that was set in 1996, part of the eligibility process to be entitled to receiving TANF benefits, we look at income as well as we look at making sure that there is responsibility being made through the child and paternity division. Those fathers and or mothers have to contribute to the household and to their children's welfare. And one of the things that we often encounter is that parents do not want to report no one to the Division of Children and Paternity. So that becomes a hindrance for us there. Next slide, please. Part of the TANF program, we provide job programs, job opportunity, basic skills. We also render unsubsidized employment, work experience, on-the-job training, on-the-job readiness assistance. We also lend and help our clients complete community service. We provide childcare reimbursements. We also participate in education direct related employment services, as well as we're equipped with our level of expertise to match best practices right here in the Virgin Islands with our employment training officers that assist our clients to be able to move from government assistance to self-sufficiency. Next slide, please. We provide individualized case management. We also provide on-the-job training, and as I made mention, even we provide aids in terms of transportation. So with all of these great features of our program, it is my hope that this Governor's Workforce Summit of 2022 lends itself for us to be able to have more clients sign up for our temporary assistance of needy families, also known as TANF with DHS. Next slide. And great opportunity for all of us here as well in the Virgin Islands that we're about to launch, and we've been really working on it for a while now, is called the SNAP ENT program. That is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistant Program employment training component. This particular program lends itself to be able to render assistance to 50 individuals to be able to come in, learn all they need to learn in reference to career and job readiness. And similar to the TANF program, we also provide assistance with school registration fees, uniform fees, book fees, job readiness, supervised job searches, and so much more. We provide them also with free job skills training, again, childcare, and we also provide the level of expertise working with our collaborative partners, such as UVI Cell, such as the Ralph O. Whitley Skills Center, CTEC on St. Croix, and the University of the Virgin Islands, as well as the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Next. Great features in reference to our SNAP program. It is a voluntary program, so if you're serious about it, please register. We have brochures and flyers outside in the main lobby, and I'm looking forward for you to stop by and pick up our pieces of literature to make sure that you take that with you as part of the outcome of this great summit. Some of the challenges that we've encountered with our SNAP program, it's because since it's voluntary, since COVID, a lot of people don't feel the need to attend, but we are encouraging that life skills take place when you participate in the SNAP ENT program. Next. So again, as I wrap up, SNAP Employment Training Program, we prepare you for employment, job readiness, case management, supervised job search, as well as childcare assistance, and so much more. Thank you so very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the Workforce Summit. This has been Sierra Burke, signing off.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cindy Williams, and I'm here to share with you another program from the Department of Human Services, and this program is operated under the Divisions of Senior Citizens Affairs. The program I oversee is called the Senior Community Service Employment Program, known as CSEP. And we help seniors 55 years or older who wants to re-enter the workforce. We are also a partner of VI Department of Labor, and the goal of CSEP is to work with qualified participants to assign them out to host agencies. Host agencies that we are required to work with are government agencies and nonprofit organizations. Our clients acquire work-based training via working with host agencies. We also offer classroom training opportunities. And I must say again, we work with clients 55 years or older. So if you have family members or friends that you can share this information with, please do so. Additionally, we are able to work with the private industry, which are private businesses, through something that's called an OJE. It's called On-the-Job Experience. We pay clients for 4 weeks while that business trains them. And the only thing we ask is they promise to hire that client when the 4 weeks is up. So they are able to train the client at no expense to themselves. Additionally, our clients are experienced, qualified, reliable. And why should you consider a CSEP client? Again, experienced, qualified, reliable, punctual. So I must say, age is an asset, experience a benefit. Hire a senior worker today, and also please become a senior worker today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Charlene Hodge. I am the Director of Workforce Development at the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. And today, I want to introduce to you some of the members of the team who are here with us today. We have Director Sebastian, Shenika Sebastian, who is Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. We have Kais Sam, who is Assistant Director of Workforce. And then we have Troy Felicine, who is Operations Manager with our Equus team. We have Isabel Urgent, who is a Customer Service Rep. And then we have Makita Williams, who is the DVOP, the Veterans Rep at the center. And we have Miss Ida Mae Brown, who is also one of the customer reps with the Equus team. Oops. So we talk a lot about partnership and integration during the Workforce Summit. And we talk a lot about partnership and integration. Workforce development programs are working together to provide the best possible integrated service delivery. We are aiming to integrate all available programs and services to job seekers and businesses. We are getting closer. We are meeting. We know each other's programs and services. We know contact, and we are able to navigate our customers throughout the system. And of course, we know most of those customers are common customers. We have the commitment of each partner. But we all know when we talk about integration, it is moving from multiple units to one unit. Integration means one. So we as partners, you hear a lot from our partners today, as partners, we are going to continue building workforce as we become one workforce. And this means that all populations, youth, adults, veterans, will receive the necessary services regardless of where they enter the system. Making sense? So regardless if you enter a Department of Labor, if you enter a Department of Human Services, if you enter a Department of Education, you are going to receive the necessary services that you need. And I'm going to give a quick scenario because I know we're out of time. One quick scenario, so bear with me. If you're following, you will follow me and you know we'll be finished. So you have entered the system at the Department of Education, and I'm going to pick on Mr. Mario Francis. Education, Career and Technical Education. He is the principal at the Ralph Whitley Center. You have entered the system at Ralph Whitley Center trying to enroll in the Certified Nursing Assistant Program that's being offered. So you're meeting with Mr. Francis. You're actually a job seeker who was just separated from their job at no fault of your own. So you're sitting with Mr. Francis. You need support from unemployment, done. You need support from SNAP, done. You need a referral to a job, done. And you need a scholarship from Department of Labor to help with your training, done. Now, remember now, we're sitting with Mr. Francis. I didn't refer you to Mr. Felicine for the scholarship for Department of Labor training. I didn't refer you to Ms. Burke. He didn't refer you to Ms. Burke for SNAP assistance. And of course, he didn't refer you to Department of Labor for unemployment. You sat with Mr. Francis. One intake, one case manager, one workforce. And that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to make it seamless for our customers. So this is the future of the one-stop delivery system. One intake, one case manager, one workforce. Thank you. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon. I hope those here had a wonderful light lunch, and those viewing had lunch also. Are you okay, Mike?
I'm good. It was a great lunch.
Excellent.
It was more than light. It was delicious.
And I think it got us ready for what's coming up next this afternoon. So tell us what we have, Mike.
Right now, we are going to have a great panel discussion led by Commissioner Malloy from the Department of Labor. The theme is all about thriving workforces in the new norm. We all know about the new norm post-pandemic. Things have, we're going to use the C word, changed, and we're all adapting to this new innovative way of running our businesses. So Commissioner Malloy will moderate, and our panelists are Mr. Jason Charles. He's the Senior Executive of Public Policy for the Southland Gaming here in the Virgin Islands. We have Scott Bradley, the founder and program director of My Brother's Workshop, and we are joined once again by Michael Carty, the chairman of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
They're leaving. Kids leaving.
Yes, and welcome back to this segment, and we're very, very happy to be able to be joined on the stage by these very, very distinguished gentlemen. And I'm going to ask them, each of them, to tell us a little bit about themselves and what they do, and then we're going to dive right into talking about skills, the new norm, what happened and how you were able to survive and navigate through the pandemic, and anything that's happening in the workforce that is against the old way of thinking and the new norm that has emerged. So let's start with you, Mr. Charles.
We'll definitely get into that. Good evening, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Good, good. I'm Jason Charles. I work for Southland Gaming as well as Alpine Securities. I hold both management positions in those two entities, but that's not really who I am. Who I am is someone that believes in working with young people. I've worked with the Junior Achievement Program. I've worked with many nonprofits over the years, and that's where my passion and heart is how do we train, how do we retool, how do we give skills to the next generation of Virgin Islanders? And that's where I feel most comfortable in that space. And so I look forward to that discussion. I have my classmate next to me, class of 1989, Charlotte Mali. Excel always.
Yep.
So Mike.
All right, Michael Carty, Chairman of the Workforce Development Board and also CEO of SmartNet. I started business since 2007 and ever since have never looked back. Like Mr. Charles mentioned as well, I am a product of Charlotte Amali, and I am a product of Charlotte Amali. And I'm
because Eudora Ken left?
Well, now, because that's my roots. So, and to be honest with you, Charlotte Amali is pretty much the last academic formal training I've had. Everything else since there has been technical trainings and certifications that I've either pursued on my own or through other companies. But the one thing that I do want to mention that I'm an advocate for is training that next generation. Along the way, my superpower has been learning how I learn and being able to break down complex topics and pass that on to my staff and other individuals that come from a similar background and similar environment. So I have turned technology, which can seem complex, into a trade that I can easily teach any individual that's willing to learn. So that's pretty much me.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Scott Bradley.
Thank you. My name's Scott Bradley. I didn't go to Charlotte Amalia or Ken. I went to a place that's probably doesn't even exist anymore. But I retired here back in around the early 2004 or 5. And I came here and I was going to slow down and forget about life. And I found that there was a lot of need for young people here to get technical training. I'd spent my entire career managing factories, building processes, designing equipment, and training people. And my passion was always training, having programs with developmentally disabled, having programs with at-risk kids, and even prison release programs. You know, we spent a lot of times, in a neighborhood, so we should be part of the neighborhood, and I believe that here. So coming here, seeing that there was a lot of room, then I decided not to retire anymore. So now we have, after 16 years, we have 5 facilities on 2 islands, and we're building a brand new 60,000 square foot campus. So.
Wow.
Awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, management, finances, information technology, and training and tech. So again, a lot of experience, and all of you seem to have one thing in common. You mentioned training and young people.
Correct.
So let's dive into some of the things of your specific businesses and some of the things that you've had to, or lessons learned before the pandemic, and then how you've had to adjust to help staff in terms of training, upskilling, and retaining. What have you had to do within your experience?
Well, I'm going to speak on two perspectives. I'm going to speak from the Alpine perspective, and I'm also going to speak from the Southland Gaming perspective, because that's more regional. Okay. So Alpine is a company that operates here as an EDC firm. It's a hedge fund. Our office is in the Red Hook area, but our main desk is on the New York Stock Exchange. So during that period of time, everything seemed to have stopped. And there was a challenge, and that challenge required that, when everything stopped, how do you move money? How do you be able to keep business flowing? How do you be able to keep your employees and all of those folks going at that time? And we made a business decision at that time that we were just going to stop. We'll just eat the loss, pay out our employees, continue to pay them for as long as we could. We didn't do any subsidized programs on that end. From the Southland Gaming, and it was a little bit more difficult because we have different, retail centers. And we have employees that work at those retail centers. And we have office staff that do technical, fix those little machines. Correct. And do those technical stuff. And that was a bit challenging from that perspective because, those gaming centers had to be closed. So what do you do at that point? How do you be able to manage that? How do you be able to keep your employees going? And so what we would try to do from an Alpine perspective is just from the caring part. What is it do you need? How can we be able to help you? We actually had to, I wouldn't say lay off, but put people on
come to unemployment?
To unemployment for some time. But before we did that, actually, we put them all out on the roads to put those plastic, dividers up in all of the gaming centers here, whether they were directly ours or indirect partners. Sure. So try to keep people working.
So you put those transitional barriers that we had to put up for health and safety.
So just to try to keep them going, we didn't hire an outside firm. We knew it had taken a while to be done. Our centers were closed for 7 months, and just trying to manage that piece. We also worked with them in terms of making sure that their families were okay. What is it that you needed? Do you need extra support? So we subsidize our employees as well, as best as we could have.
All of that with the goal of making sure that you show your employees that you care, and to be able to retain them and to make sure that their needs were being met at the same time going through the pandemic and the struggles that the business was going through?
Absolutely. For us, the operations are important, but our people are more important than the operations. Because if you don't have good people, then when your operations again start, they're not going to be around. Correct. And I think a lot of businesses learned that lesson because they didn't take care of their people before. So when this whole reset happened, they were like, I'm not going back there. But for us, 90% of our workforce stayed with us at Southland Gaming, and 100% of our workforce stayed with us at Alpine. Nice. And that's because we took care of our people.
Before I go to Chairman Carty, let me go to Scott Bradley. Let's talk about a little bit. What did you have to do? What did you do in the training area? What did you do to make sure that you continued your business? What did you have to do different?
Well, we basically looked. Well, when COVID came in, we basically looked at what we had. We don't ever want to send our kids home. We don't want families to be hurt. So we don't shut down, but we do redefine who our customer is. We looked to the community. We reached out to the community for elderly people who needed food at home. We kind of imitated the Meals on Wheels and helped them as well. But we had our own listing of people. So always trying to keep our people working just to help the community is a double blessing. Even just one thing before, to go back even further, during the hurricanes, we took our group, our kids, 25 kids, a couple of trainers, and volunteers did 338 repairs on senior citizen homes. They fed over 37,000 people. Wow. But all this was with partnerships, like Alpine Securities. They empowered us with material to do hundreds, hundreds and hundreds of homes. So,
okay. And so most of your services or your activities was forward-facing?
Yes.
So how did you, again, navigate through that process, especially what did you have to do differently?
Well, we always struggle with, in growing, you always struggle with your workforce. You're always, you're always looking to not so much hire people, but to train people within. We spend more time now working with our trainees who had been in the program for 10 years, become mature, maybe gone out to the workforce, and turning them into trainers. So they will be. So hopefully, one day, the person who replaces me is somebody that we taught.
Okay. Yep. Great, and I left Chairman Carty for last because you would think that you would have the easiest, right? Because everybody's in technology, so we expected everybody was working from home, nobody had to come in, everything was done remotely.
Correct. So that's a good point. When COVID hit, fortunately or unfortunately, since we had the storms of 2017, our team was pretty much battle tested at that point. The same game plan that we used after COVID is pretty much the same game plan, after the hurricanes, is the same game plan we used for COVID. And at that time, it gave us an opportunity to step back a bit and regroove or repace ourselves with training. And right on the heels of that, you had a lot of people, like you mentioned, working from home, creating teleworker infrastructure, and that really caused the business to accelerate. And we were right there to meet the needs. So to say the least, COVID was easy for us. The storms of 2017 was very hard.
Challenging.
Yeah.
Okay. So as we look and think about the new norm, and what type of employees would you be looking for if you're a business you're looking to hire? What can we tell our young people and our job seekers that would help them to be able to be employed by any of your businesses?
Well, I think what's important to note is that after COVID there was this mindset, this change, not just locally but globally, called, I think they called it it was called the Great Resignation, right? And so what happened with that Great Resignation is people start looking and saying, you know what, I don't see why I'm slaving at this job for 40 hours, 60 hours a week. I'm going to spend more time with my family. I'm going to do things that I want to do. And so with that flip in thinking, what you have now is the workforce that you have, or the market that we're working in, the labor market, is where it's really competitive. Because people now are saying, you know what, I'm not going back to that, I'm going to do something else, I'm going to do this, I don't need to do this anymore. I have one life, the world nearly came to an end, and I want to do things that I enjoy. And so I think for us as business people, you now have to figure out a way to look at people that you're trying to hire and recognize that they may not have the exact skill set that you're looking for, but you're looking now more at their attitudes. What's their ambition? How do they feel like working? What is their work hours? Those things are becoming much more critical of priority scales versus the actual skill sets, because you can put somebody together with a job and teach them something, as you said, very complicated, and make it simple. But if they don't have the right attitude, it makes a whole difference. So I think a lot of times now, as the employers, you have to look at those things, and you have to determine, this is what we have in the market. It's really scant. It's hard to find employees, and this is what we're going to do. If you look at what's happening now, I think with Google, they're saying, listen, I don't want requirements that have 4-year college degrees. I'm looking at where your attitudes are. I'm looking at, what's your motivation, where you're going in life, and they're looking at plans. Okay.
Scott?
Oh, I would agree, most definitely agree. I look for people who need the training. But most of the training we give our kids are an attitude, a work ethic, teaching you how to look at the job and you know, so what if everybody's standing around? You're the first one that volunteers. One day you're going to be eating their lunch and they're going to be working for you because you put in the work, you put in the time. I'd rather underhire than overhire.
Okay. Chairman Carty?
Well, for me, the two main things I look for is the candidate to be interested and then most importantly, committed. Because a lot of people would go towards a career out of interest, but interest won't get you through when things get hard. And trust me, they will get hard. It's not a cakewalk. You're learning something new, you're expanding beyond where you may be right now in life, and it'll get tough. But that's where commitment comes to play. If you committed to it, you will stay with it. You will grow. You won't be able to go out late at nights. You won't be able to hang out with your friends as long because you have to make that commitment. And I'll tell anybody, once you get into a career, once you get into a trade, give yourselves 5 years. 5 years of unobstructed, disciplined commitment, and you'll change your life forever.
Let me ask you this though. Do you find, because I'm suffering with this problem as well, where it's like, you know, they say they have the commitment, young people, but they're really, when you put them to that test, you're having a challenge with them actually sticking to it. You know, I find them to be very smart and very good at what they're doing, but if the minute they get bored, they lose interest, they're out.
Absolutely, and this is more for the younger folks. I think what I found is I had to retool pretty much like a rewards and recognition system for the younger individuals. You know, the younger individuals every step of the way, which is not a bad thing, need that positive feedback, need that reassurance that they are doing a good job. You know, need that feedback to say, yes, you have a job, yes, you're doing well, to kind of keep them moving forward. You know, back in my days, you were lucky if you get a job. And you were happy.
But let me just say this.
We're not that old, man.
Oh, well,
we're not that old, man.
Let me just say, we did a survey and we talked to the employers in the territory and listen to some of the characteristics of a great employee. Number one, positive attitude. Number 2, passionate. Number 3, arrives to work early. Number 4, encourages others. 5, not selfish. 6, willing to serve in any role. 7, leads by example. 8, strong work ethic. 9, accountable. And 10, takes constructive criticism well. So how does that stack up to the old norm versus the new norm? What do we see in your areas?
I'll say this, and I'll start off with a most recent example. We recently brought on some interns and interviewed a few individuals from high school and out of UVI, this college. And one of the individuals was a senior, just becoming a senior in Charlotte, Tamale, and he interviewed with us. And it was probably a Tuesday the interview was on. So when I was interviewing for jobs in an industry I wanted to be in, if you tell me I work in starting today, I am ready to start today. So we told the young man, look, we see the potential in you. You ready to start today? The young man said, I was thinking about coming in fresh Monday. So that type of attitude, that shift from being ready to start immediately, once somebody opens that window for you, you gotta have that. The job might not be there Monday. It might not be there the next day. So once somebody gives you the opportunity, you have to take it and you have to pour everything that you have into it, because there ain't no tomorrow. Somebody else who really needs it will take that spot. So,
so life is full of opportunities, and what you're saying, if you have to take action and take advantage of it.
Absolutely.
So be ready to seize the moment. I just want to make sure that, I know looking at the time, I want to make sure that I give you an opportunity to wrap up, and any last words about the new norm and anything.
It's over already? That was quick.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That was quick. That was so quick. It was so quick.
So any last words in terms of wanting to make sure, and we got a lot of young people here.
Just a little anecdote that talks about what he says here is that back in the old days, I'm talking like the late 60s, right, when I started, I worked for a major company. I won't say what it is because it'll make them sound bad, but there was a huge factory downtown Lawrence. You go in there, there's a long bench, probably a 25, 30-foot bench in front. of where the receptionist is. And you go in every day, and there'd be somebody lined up, sit on that bench every day. And I just started with this company, and I was just fresh out of college. And I stopped and asked the receptionist one day, what is this bench for? And he goes, well, the person that leaves his job. You know, it was that serious. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you didn't make an appropriate time off or something, you were done. The guy on the bench was sitting there, and he was happy to have that job. He'd go right to work. That was the old days.
Any last words?
I do. I have last words to the young people in the room. First of all, you're starting out. When I look in this room, I see seniors. So that means that you guys are getting ready for the real world. You're going off to college. That may be a 4-year stint of still having some level of comfort, but you're on your way out. I will tell you this more than anything else: your attitude. Your attitude makes a difference. Attitude and commitment are the two things that will excel always. You'll fly if you do that. You don't have to be the smartest person in the room, but once you have that ambition and you push hard and you have the right attitude, you will go far. So my last words to you is just continue to have the right attitude. Thank you.
So, I want to thank you for opportunity for being on the panel, great panels. I just want to make sure from the Department of Labor that you know that we're there. Our website is important, www.vidol.gov, to help you with your training needs, help you decide on your careers, because it's very exciting when your career and your passion unite. A lot of exciting things happen. And so as we continue to navigate through this new norm, we have to be flexible, employers and job seekers, to make sure that we take advantage of the opportunities that Governor Bryan talked about this morning. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be on this panel with you. Thank you. It was very enlightening. Thank you very much, Mr. Charles, Chairman Carty, Mr. Bradley. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Great panel. One more round of applause, please. All right, folks, two things. Right now, we are approaching our final sessions of the day. They'll run concurrently from 1:30 to 2:30. Here on the main stage, we'll have all about small business and entrepreneurship. So if you're interested someday in starting your own business or running your own small business, or if you have a small business now, this will be a great session to attend. We have two other sessions that'll take place in the smaller rooms in the lobby area, and then we've got the other workshops. Just look for a guide out in the hallway there. Okay, those will all run. They'll all start at 1:30. It's 1:15 or so right now, so you've got time to take a small break and then come back to the main stage or join us in one of the workshops. Okay, thanks so much.
Welcome back and good afternoon. We're on the main stage with some amazing people representing small business or the place that is responsible for licensing those small business. You're going to find out what resources and training opportunities are available to small business owners and those considering to start a business. Panelists will discuss new approaches to help you run your business efficiently and effectively. The vital building blocks of every successful small business is how to build it. How do you build it? How do you meet the needs of your customers? How to make your business agile enough to be stable and flexible to meet your employee needs and still satisfy the customer. Today we have with us a wonderful moderator who almost needs no introduction, four-time Senator, President of Women Striving for Success. We have Ms. Janet Millen-Young. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon.
She's going to go ahead and introduce her panelists, and we will get this session started.
Well, thank you, Ms. Aisha, and good afternoon to all viewing, present, and over the television and Facebook, I understand. We have an impressive group of persons on this stage, and they represent business at all stages, and they will be sharing with us some of their life experiences as they relate to the thriving businesses that they have. And we also have those who will provide you with resources from the EDA, from DLCA, and SBDC. But I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and I'll start with my good friend Winston Herbert.
Good afternoon. My name is Winston Herbert, Jr. I've been a barber I've been licensed from 1998. I've been cutting hair, started on my mother's porch when I was like 13, 14. When I graduated from Dorican High School in 1990, I was just in limbo, feeling up myself, cutting hair on the porch, started to build a little clientele. I had one of those old-fashioned parents. Hey, you get too much man coming to my house, I get girl showing them hair. I don't want all these men around my house. You need to find a shop to go walk in. So I ended up going to Elegance too. We had a barber shop at the mall named Elegance too.
Well, we're going to get into your life experience. You just tell me what's the name of your business.
The name of my business is Lifestyle Barber Shop, a beauty salon located in Tutu Park Mall.
Awesome. So I'm going to go now to Ms. Kusa.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kusa Holloway Christian. I am the Incubator Program Manager for the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, everyone present and in the virtual world. My name is Richard Evangelista, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Emeka Willis. I'm the owner and operator of Tropical Bliss Spa, located in Alpharetta, Georgia, and now in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Gutierrez. I am the State Director for the Virgin Islands Small Business Development Center, and very pleased to be here. So thank you for including us.
Thank you all for your introductions. And of course, Winston is so eager to share his story. We're going to go right back to Winston. Winston, how did you get started with being a barber? You already told us you were on your mother's porch. Obviously, you saw that brought in some funds, and you decided to stick with it, correct?
Well, it wasn't about the funds, you know. I didn't know you had money in barbering. I like to look good, and my friends like to look good.
Okay.
And I just the one volunteer to cut everybody hair.
Okay.
And I thought it was good, but it wasn't
And so
good.
it became your passion then?
I always been my passion from third grade. Third grade, first day at school, Miss Bonvanet, Lockout School. She was like, "What you want to be when you grow up?" Everybody, policeman, fireman, blah, blah, blah. I said, "Barber," and the whole class started to laugh. You know? So I didn't even know, I was just intrigued with cutting hair.
Oh, awesome.
I didn't even know it had money in it.
So therefore, something that you became good at and passionate brought in the money. So that became secondary, but very important because it pays the bills.
Yes, and I love what I do. I can't imagine doing anything else. I obsess with cutting hair. The other day I went on a cruise, and while we were waiting for the food, I was on YouTube looking at haircuts. Even I doing this that long, I still, new stuff come out. Still checking out what's going on. And like, the waitress, he was a male waitress, Filipino guy. He like, you cut hair? Because he see me looking at YouTube, I'm like, yeah. He said, oh, I cut these guys hair on the ship, but I have a little problem doing the lineup. So I said, that's easy. Just match up the sides with your edge of your eyeball. He said, that's it. He said, oh my God. You know, so it's like, it's more than the money for me. I love to cut hair.
Yeah.
Like, in the 31 years I've been cutting hair, I have never wake up one day and say, I don't feel like going walk.
Well, good.
It's always on my mind.
So we're going to come back to the continuous training, because that has been the theme throughout this summit, has been training, keeping up with trends. So we're going to come back to you, and I'm going to go back to our other entrepreneur on the stage, Miss Emeka. And you're going to tell us how you got started and why you're still doing it today.
So I was interested in two aspects of my life. I was interested in science, but the depth of science. But I was like, I don't want to go to medical school to be a pathologist. And my parents were the same way. At the time, cosmetology was not considered a career. So I went and got my mortuary degree. So I used to be a mortician. And going to being a mortician, I realized that it's more family-owned businesses, so they send their kids to school, but the kids really don't want to be morticians, so they had me more typing up death certificates, and that's just not me. I want to embalm, I want to cut the body open, I want to see everything. Just I'm nosy, I want to see everything.
Right.
So when I realized I couldn't grow in that field, I ended up going into corporate America. And I was so unhappy. And then one day, I was like, Emeka, you need to just do what you said you was going to do. And I just went to the restroom one day. I sat on the toilet. I started to cry, got up, went to my supervisor. I was like, okay, I have to quit. And I drove straight to cosmetology school and signed up. And from then, it's been upward bound.
And so you recently had an opening, a grand opening of your new business here.
Yes.
And what month was that? That was this year, right?
That was July 17th.
Oh,
yeah. So that's for my second location. My first location opened up in 2018 in Alpharetta, Georgia, because I've been in Georgia since 1995. Okay. After graduating from high school, Charlotte O'Malley. So my adult lifehood was in Georgia. And then I started coming to St. Thomas in 2008. Because my dad was running for Senate then, so I started to come down to help with his campaign and started doing lashes out of someone's salon by the name of Kim Smith. So that's how I built up my clientele in St. Thomas since 2008. And I was like, okay, I was working on MAC Cosmetics, and they gave me a brand new store to run, and they gave me a goal of $900,000 to make. And I was thrown into the management position, and I made $1.2 million. So when corporate from New York came down to Atlanta to meet me, they were surprised because my entire staff never worked for MAC. So they wanted to know, how did a new manager get all new employees to make this amount of money in a new location? And then I had competitors, I had other Estee Lauder brands to go against. So they offered me a huge position in New York, but political stuff in corporate America, and I was like, you know what, if I could make this $1 million for this company, and I took all my MAC clients with me to Tropical Bliss, and my entire staff, they quit with me, and I talked them into going to cosmetology school. So right now, the staff that I hired, they're all entrepreneurs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they all went to cosmetology school. If who's not working on Tyler Perry sets is working, have their own salon, so all my staff ended up being entrepreneurs as well.
That is awesome. So, yes, indeed. So we're learning about the passion and how these entrepreneurs get started, but many others need assistance to start and get motivation. And so they come to, especially on St. Croix, they come to Ms. Kusa. And so the stories that they have presented, are they anything like the stories that you usually hear of persons who want to start their businesses and you're able to assist them?
Absolutely. Usually people come to us and they have a passion or they see a need within our community and they say, I can do that. How can you help us? And with EDA, EDA, everybody only knows about our EDC program, but most of the programs that we have within EDA really focus on our small business community and how do we develop that through our workshops. We have our economic development bank. We can lend from anywhere from $1,000 to $500,000. We also have our enterprise zone commission that helps our small businesses who are in the historic towns. So we have a lot of things that we can offer to our small business community. And what we're really seeing now with a lot of small business, as Ms. Willis said, is that you're seeing serial entrepreneurship now.
Or they're what entrepreneurship?
Serial entrepreneurship.
Okay.
And also you're seeing where they're empowering their employees or others around them to now become entrepreneurs, because for so long people thought that they couldn't do this, it was too daunting. But once they see that they follow their passion and they have an example to show that she's just like me, she came from one of our schools, she made it, she maybe found her way, path or whatever, but she made it happen just like this young man. He knew what he wanted to do from 3rd grade, So the conversations are all the same, and we all work together. Like Ted and myself work very well together, trading resources. So if I don't have something that you do need, I can always say, hey, go see Ted. Same thing with the Small Business Development Center. They'll send individuals to us as well.
Okay, so this is a natural progression. So we go to Ted. So Ted, the stories that you're hearing from them are pretty similar to those clients that come to you as well. They have their passion, they want to build up. And so what is it that you do for them when they come with their dream?
Sure. So a little bit about the SBDC. This is our 37th year in the territory, and we're proud of that. Over the last couple of years, it's been really difficult for small businesses, and so we partner, of course, with a lot of resources here in the territory, EDA being one, SBA, SCORE, who now has a presentation down here, and of course, one of the newest programs here in the territory is the Virgin Islands Procurement Technical Assistance Center, which will be fantastic. You'll learn a little bit more about that. But over the last couple of years, we've helped almost 1,000 people, help them realize some of the opportunities for funding out there, particularly during COVID, with some of the federal financial relief. We've assisted almost $30 million of actual monies going to the small businesses here in the territory. So that's been fantastic. So that's one of the services that we offer at the SBDC, and I'm going to say SBDC from here on out. Is one-on-one advising, training, online training. Of course, it was mentioned earlier how the pandemic shifted a lot of the way things do business. We've innovated as well. Most of our online training webinars are done on pretty much on a weekly basis. Everything from cybersecurity to how to start a business, to how to market, how to do social media, etc. So we're just one of the resources here, and what I like to think of as I know Governor mentioned earlier, like a wheel. We're a wheel of economic development here in the territory, and SBDC is one of those spokes. I love to hear stories of successful entrepreneurs, and I think one of the things that he mentioned earlier is the failure, right? A lot of entrepreneurs fail before they make it a successful business. So I'm really glad to hear that you've had this passion for so long and you didn't give up on your dream. We just need more people to realize that it is a long journey. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I think with today's society, we have to make sure that we coach them and advise them to make sure that they understand that it's a long process, and we're here to help from the inception, from the business idea, all the way to exit strategy and legacy planning for the small business. So of course, we're just so happy to be an integral part of growing the community from within with homegrown talent. So.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
And so now we come to our very own commissioner. The fact is that he has a population that's basically divided because he has to represent consumers and also represent businesses. And so you see, we have passionate people on the stage, but there are others who just want to and have that inkling. And so how do you convince them to go from, and I don't know if you do this, but how do you convince people to go from just selling their bits as a hobby to actually getting licensed and some protections based on licensing?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for allowing DLC to participate. This is a great opportunity for us to share with the community what we're doing. So we have 2 entrepreneurs on either side of me who are successful. We have our partners, SBDC, Mr. Gutierrez, Ms. Kusa Holloway from EDA. I urge you to either seek the assistance of the 2 entities, either SBDC or EDA, or go consult an attorney or consult someone who is in the field. Many times, Senator Millen, what occurs is you have persons that start working on their project, they invest all this money, and then they find out that they are not entitled to a business license because they don't fulfill the requirements for that particular license, whether it's something in the VI code, something in the rules and regulations. So before you invest all your money into your dream, ensure that your dream can be successful and that you dot all your I's and cross all your T's. What I'd like to pull out real quickly is persons think that licensing is the end game. We are actually here to help you from the beginning. Go on our website, you'll find out what you need, get your documents together, register a trade name, form your company so that you can protect yourself legally, and I'm not here giving legal advice at this point in time. Come to us, but before you come to us, also investigate. If you're dealing with something handling food or selling food, check with the Department of Health. If you're going to be using something that may cause a combustion or something of that sort, check with VI Service. All I'm telling you is get all your fruits in the basket before you start headed to the market to sell your wares to ensure that you have a marketable product.
That's excellent advice. So therefore, you said people come to you sort of like at the end when they're ready to sign that dotted line, but they can also come to you and consult as to whether what it takes for certain licenses. Like, for example, you spoke with Winston off camera, and you talked about what?
And what's great is Winston is considering, and I'm going to make it happen, he would like to be a member of the board of the barbers, the cosmetology board. What is happening is currently we don't have any barber on the board, so anyone who wants to be licensed and take the exam, the practical exam, actually have to fly to St. Croix. So I'm pleading to you, this is a business forum, workforce summit. Any of the existing professionals that fall under the 12 boards and commissions that we currently operate at DC, we are hiring. Just like you're here seeking jobs, we're hiring for board members from the community to come and help us to ensure that we not only protect the public, but we protect the businesses to ensure that they're doing the right thing with professionals like the young lady next to me, Ms. Amika, and Winston on my right.
And I'm so happy that came up, because as a business person, I have found great value in being a member of several organizations and boards. And what happens when you join boards and you're part of different associations, well, not only are you representing your very interests, but you're representing the interests of those around you. So whether it's cosmetology or being a barber or being a social worker, you need to represent your interests, because it's easy to say the government ain't doing, but what are you doing? So I'm happy that this came up, because it's very important. As business people, we can't just be minding our business of our own business. We have to do, be more representative.
Right.
So
it takes a village to raise a child.
Indeed. So I want to go back to Winston, because your stories are really, I believe your life story is really compelling, and he's great at social media. I haven't seen anything. I don't know if he blocked me, because I haven't seen anything from you. So basically, he talks about his own life experiences and how he's encouraging young people. But you encourage not just young men, but you encourage young women as well to do, correct?
Of course.
And so what are some of the things that you tell them? Because they'll be viewing, as this is rebroadcast, most young people. What does it take to really get started? And beyond failures, what are the strengths that they need to hone in to make sure that once they start, they become successful?
First of all, it starts within the home. Parenting. You can't leave the man on the block with a big chain and the bad whip be your child hero. You gotta be your child hero. You gotta plant that seed from young. Right now I got a 13-year-old. He already cut it hair. He cut my hair.
Okay.
And from when he was a little kid, a sticky machine in his hand. But it's a next story.
Right.
You gotta be a risk taker. You fail, you dust it off, you get up again. I might be successful now, but I had my downfalls in life. I had times I had to quit and start over again. It wasn't always a bed of roses. People will see like the glitter and the glamour, but they don't know how hard like you work to get it. It don't happen overnight, and people want it to happen overnight. You gotta be forced to in your business. You gotta come in and work harder than your employees. Like this, for example, sometimes it'll be a slurry. Some of my employees will say, "Man, it's like going home." You go home and do? Sit down and watch TV. You get TV at the barber shop. You know. I will turn a slow day into a fast day. Can one make two. At the end of the day, you tally up your money. Wow, this was a good day. I mean, you had to hear people pile up at the shop waiting. But you got to put in a time. You got to put in a work. You got to know you got to stay to work.
Yes.
And I just see a lot of businesses fail because, especially local businesses, they never to work. And you want to support them, you know. But when you got it into work, but guess who's going to be to work? The Arab them. You see what I'm saying? And then we want to, oh, they come here, and I ain't going to Africa. My parents are immigrants. I was the first generation out of my whole generation of born in the US. So my parents from St. Kitts, you know? So even my sisters before me were born in St. Kitts. So I ain't knocking them. You know, this is America. We are here to make it. And another thing, like one of the things I love what the governor do is UVM is free. And I have like young men that come in my shop and I roll all their life. And they be like, so what you going to do with your life? I'm going to be a rapper, Winston. I going to trade stocks, Winston. They're like, yo, you been on a roll schooling for me. I say, you been on a roll all your life, how's schooling going to be for you? Like, take advantage of this situation. You have people who finish school 20 years and still paying student loan. And I get UVA for free, and I take advantage of it. Again, it goes back to parenting. You got to be an example.
Leading by example, I like that. And Emeka, I quickly did my search.
Can I say something on what he said?
Okay, you certainly can.
Sorry.
Go ahead. It's pertinent.
Mr. Herbert, you said something that was really important, where you said that you were talking about the drive for entrepreneurship and having to show up. A lot of individuals want to be an entrepreneur, but they don't realize that it is the hardest job you will ever have. You are the first one to get up in the morning. You are the last one to leave in the evening. You are the last one to get a paycheck.
Correct.
It's not easy. It's a lot easier to go sit in an office and collect a paycheck. Entrepreneurship is a labor of love. It is you have to be on your P's and Q's, and what sells today may not sell tomorrow. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what your customers want. So it's not an easy. So when people are hearing him speak and they're looking at him now and seeing, oh, well, he looked fly, but he failed. Miss Willis has failed. You know what it's like to, you have one household, but really and truly, if you're an entrepreneur, you may have 4 and 5 households that you have to take care of, because now your employees become like your children, because you have to make sure that you pay them in order for them to be able to take care of their family.
They're part of the family.
This is the reason why Ted and myself have always been pushing that you need to understand what you're getting into. I loved when Commissioner Evangelista said, you have to gather your resources. Know what you're getting into. Too many people are signing leases before they even have the money for the business. You know, simple little things like that. Or you're thinking about getting into something, but when you go to licensing and consumer is saying, no, sweetie, you need to have A through X before you can even come through a license through us to operate this business legally. So, you know, if you do a lot of the research, sit down with the individuals at SBDC or even myself at EDA, and we can help you get through all of those pitfalls a little bit so you can build that solid foundation so you can grow your business, not stall it.
I think you make a good point. I was coming to Emeka, but I want to follow what you said. I want to go to Commissioner Evangelista, because based on what you're all saying, basically folks are very disappointed at times when they come to you.
Yes.
And so it's like you become the bad guy. So exactly how do you manage this, and how are you out there really providing, awareness
Right.
for what needs to be done?
So, and as it relates to what we're speaking about, if you were here this morning for the governor's presentation, one of the things he spoke about was research. And research not only talks to researching on the internet, but speaking with the individuals within that type of establishment you want to open, but also just speaking to people in the community. But in terms of outreach, as you are aware, COVID did a number in terms of outreach in person. So virtually, we stood up, we started doing town halls virtually, but in terms of communicating with the public and how we can assist them, quite frankly, we're building out our website so that you can go on it and it's friendly. But as the COVID seems to be tapering off, hopefully, we are going to start going out there again in full force as it relates to public town hall meetings. We do it with serious issues, but I think the most serious issue is actually helping the community, the up-and-coming entrepreneurs. I had a meeting the other day with 2 entrepreneurs and the governor, and one of his issues and to address is this workforce summit, but how can DLCA not only get involved in the regulatory environment, but in fact creating a body that we can partner with so that we can actually assist them to actually bring that business, because EDA has a piece of it, SBDC has a piece of it, but the central government, for all intents and purposes, is just regulatory, and people tend to come to the government first. So why not find a shop that can actually do this, bring these entities together, SBDC, EDA, and whoever else, so we can make it happen for the community. So we're on the same page with you. We're on the train track. The train has left the station, and we come into a town near you soon.
Awesome, awesome. So often we hear that women have the hardest access to funding, and to start a business, you have to have a little bit of seed money. So how was it for you? Was it difficult, Ms. Emeka, to get that access to funding? Have you heard this to be a problem for women?
Okay, so I had 2 different experiences.
Be honest.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
So, in Georgia, it was smooth sailing. There's a lot of programs out there for women and for African American women. When it came to getting financing from the bank, 7 days. Came to the Virgin Islands, and you have to realize too, I was set up from Georgia. I learned a lot. I had my business planned. I was an established business. I had my ducks in a row. And I came down here in April. I applied because I spent a lot of my own money, and then I realized I over budget myself. So I had to go get a loan to finish my build out and get my furniture. And I applied with the First Bank, and it was the most horrible experience I've ever went through in life. I started my application in April. I signed to close on my loan in December, and I didn't get my funds until May. And that's another thing I had to bring up too, even with the governor, if we could get more financial establishments down here, because what I went through, and then I hearing the stories of people going through just to get a little simple, just a little amount of money, the experience was just awful. And the good thing is, the SBA was backing me, and the SBA had my side, but again, it was just a tug of war. And everything that they needed from me, they got. So it really wasn't an issue. I just don't know why it took so long and what was the headache. But good thing I had my parents and my mom and my friends, if I needed something, hey, or I had to work extra hours again, morning to close. I had to fly to Atlanta, come back down here. And I have a young lady that I've been training since she's been 14. Now she's a senior in high school. I mentor her, and during the pandemic, her mom allowed her to come to Georgia with me. So I basically groomed her to run my business in Atlanta. So while she's running the business in Atlanta, I was able to do my little phone calls, because I'm on the phone all day, every day with bank. So that's another thing I'll tell entrepreneurs to do. Find you somebody is in high school, because honestly, I tried with the adults. I cannot mold no adults. I cannot do it. So I just gave up on them, and I went to my high schoolers and find you someone you can mold that you find that has the same passion as you, and I promise you, your business is going to run smoothly. Right now, my age range for my employees is 16 to 24, and I love it. I went to Atlanta. I just came back yesterday, and I did a little test run, and I let them, you know, I had the business open for one day just to see how it was going to be, and all my clients gave rave reviews. So I would say definitely go up to the high schools and, you know, hone in on them young children. And another thing I do, when I interview my young kids, I interview the parents too, like Winston said. Because when I interview the two of y'all and y'all in on the same page, because you don't think you're going to come in my spot running things. Because if you can't run your child at home, you can't run over here. And my son don't give me no problems. I don't mind taking on somebody's kids, but if my son didn't give me an issue growing up, you know, exactly. So once me and the parents on the same page, is a go for me with my mentorship program.
That's awesome. So now you witnessed those problems. Did you go to an agency like SBDC to represent you, or TED? Is this something that your staff would help with?
Sure. So she brought up a great point. Access to capital here in the territory. We all know it's an obstacle for a lot of entrepreneurs. Particularly if they're just starting their journey. Ideally, when somebody wants to start a new business, you want to figure out a way to have your own money to start your business. You mentioned about little seed money, right? Unfortunately, we see a lot of people who come in, want to start their business and not have any type of seed money or not really be in the position. So access to capital is very, very difficult here. So one of the things that we do is we walk them through understanding what financials are, understanding what a profit and loss statement is, what a balance sheet is, how to do financial projections, right? How to manage cash flow, what all that means to a bank when the time is ready to go get a loan. What is debt ratio, right? So those are some of the things that we do, but we all know that access to capital is a challenge here, but one of the things that we're doing is partnering with the FDIC. I know SBA is having lender roundtables. We participated in a couple things during the pandemic to address these types of issues. So, but I would suggest that to what Kamish said earlier, before starting your journey, come and see us. Come and see KUSA, the folks at EDA, because we're a resource here, and you don't have to go through all the frustrations of banging your head and try to do things and going back and forth from agency to agency and blaming the agencies, right? Come see us. We have checklists. We have the ability to guide you and direct you. So, you know, we're, like I said, 37th year in the territory. There's plenty of resources here. If you can't find a resource for your small business or if you're an entrepreneur, you're not really looking too hard, because there are plenty of resources here. And
so you're saying two things, though. You're saying there's a problem with accessing capital, but you're also saying there are a lot of opportunities for such. So
yes. Yeah, absolutely. So we talked about innovation, right? This whole thing is innovation, right? What's innovative to you? How can you start your business? Don't you know, have the mindset of, well, I can't start my business. You have to have the mindset of, how can I? And you try to figure it out, right? And that's what you can do. Sit down with us and say, okay, you might not be able to get a loan to start your business, but here are some other things you can do, right? And so we help form the plan so they can get on their path to getting their own business started or whatever they decide to do. But once again, in regards to entrepreneurship, most of the time entrepreneurs fail multiple times. I always use the analogy of going back to sports and baseball. If you can hit a ball 3 out of 10 times over the course of your career, you're Hall of Fame. But what do you do during the other 7 times at bat? You strike out or you're out, right? So you have to stick to it, and you have to make sure that you're in it for the long run. And knowing the difficulties of being a small business owner is important. And that's one of the things that we love to do, is educate people on the whole process and help them understand what it takes to be a small business owner. Now, we don't do it for them. We don't write the business plans. They do all that on their own, but we're there as tools to help them guide them through their process. So,
And Senator Young, if I can jump in real quickly. For those of you watching this particular segment, the resources the information, to be specific, from SBDC or from the EDA or any other nonprofit, the information that you're seeking is free. I can't put the dollar amount on that. FREE, $0.00. So if you want the information, you can go on the internet, but you also have in-person resources available here in the United States Virgin Islands.
So I'm going to add to that, Commissioner, real quick. So I can put a dollar value on it. Studies have shown that from the SBDC, if we were to actually charge for our services, it would be over $200 an hour that we do for services. So we actually have, we can tell people how much they're getting, right, at no charge.
So you can save $200 per hour.
Right?
So it's free, but it has a value.
Yes.
Right. So
absolutely. Thank you. And you know, to your point, doing business here in the Virgin Islands is a little bit different, right, than doing business stateside. So when you find a lot of information online, you got to make sure that it's within the perspective of how am I going to translate that to being an entrepreneur here in the territory, right? And we can help with that understanding of how to do business here. You know, EDA, SBDC, now PTAC, SBA, SCORE, UVI, right? SAL,
UVI
Research Park, RT Park. So many different resources here. So
I'm going to end with the customer experience that I want Winston and Emeka to provide. But one of the biggest struggles for small businesses, I know, is finding the real estate, right? If you want to go into storefronts and the cost that entails. What obstacles did you find, and how did you finally end up to where you were comfortable to do your barber shop and beauty shop?
Parking.
Oh, yeah.
Real estate, like a good location. And as much people as not to Park Mall, because the turnover is so high. When I told my clients, my friends, I moved to Park Mall. I was in Savannah for 24 years. My barbershop was low. But over the years, things changed, crime got higher, less parking. Like it was time to move. And Tutu Park Mall is an excellent location. But the thing is, again, a lot of us black people, the minute we run into some money and we want to open a business, we want to open a club, we want to send urban wear. And that's why a lot of us business fails, because ain't everybody going to the club, ain't everybody going to wear urban wear. Everybody going to need a haircut. And what I had is parking. Location. So even everybody was telling me, don't go in the mall. The mall is, everybody turnover is so high. I love being in the mall. It's so easy. Even licensed and consumer over there now. BMV, my bad, I'm sorry. Over there now, I still find some place to park. You know, and it helped my business even more now. You see what I'm saying?
So location is important, but it's important to know the price point of what you're selling.
Yes, exactly.
It takes a whole lot of candy bars.
Who don't need a haircut?
Right?
Everybody need a haircut, no matter your profession.
Yeah, and you're always full.
Always busy.
So what do you think is the secret to people? Because there are a lot of barbers. So what do you think they come to you? Just because of parking? I don't think so.
I am reliable. I am always to work. I prayed for days like this, because at times I had no clients.
Right.
And like I so high in demand now, it was all in my phone. I talk it to my phone ring, and I know when you come back to the shop, And being to work, people like when you're reliable. You know, I don't care how great of a barber you is. If you ain't to work, you're gonna lose your clientele. Like when I first started to cut hair, I thought I could have cut hair. I would do it at home, and my boy them were coming to me. When I actually got in a barber shop, and I really see how these barbers are moving, I really couldn't cut hair. And this is how I do. This is what I did, you know. they don't make their money, they're popular already, everybody going to them. There's professional barbers. So they will go home at 5 o'clock. They will go home at 5 o'clock. So when they go home at 5 o'clock, I will stay till 7, because when I go home 5 o'clock, nobody had to cut the people coming after works. So they had a choice but to come in my chair. So I spoil their hair till I get better. And like, yeah, so when I leave 5 o'clock, I stay till 7.
Right.
So for the first 6 months were rough. And then it started to get better. And well, I used to be the one like getting the little scribbles and scrabble, like people who don't care who cut their hair. Everybody, when sun hair, like everybody sitting waiting for me now, and the barbers who were there before me, they weren't even getting no customers, and not because I was better than them, you know. It was because I was more reliable than them. I stayed to work.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? And you know the funny thing is, the guy we were working for, when he was getting ready to like get out of business and leave the shop, everybody who I met there, I became their boss.
Excellent. Congratulations.
And I met them working there, and I became their boss.
Excellent. Yes, he deserves an applause. So now we've talked about what makes you that entrepreneur who gets there. And in the age of social media, I checked out Ms. Emeka, and I see she does exactly what I always preach, which is you don't just have a business and blah. Ms. Emeka has the whole night. I'm coming for my birthday. I told you that, right? Because I'm convinced that she understands what it takes to bring customers in and keep them in. Even restaurants. I mean, I've been in restaurants all over the world, and even the tiniest of them have some theme. And so when you go out to eat, I mean, you could cook at home, but when you go out to eat, you want a comfortable place that has ambiance, and it's more than just serving you a plate of food. And for you, you recognize that value. So tell me how you came to recognize that that's something you have to do.
Okay, so again, remember now when I was working at Mac, I was the oldest goat on the staff. You know, and at the time I was only, 30? So we were the 21 years old, and they was into social media. But so you have to talk the staff language. And I was like, okay, they always on this social media. This is what they're doing. So, you know, Mac is a corporate company, so you have to go by the Mac rules. And we would just test, you know, just to post stuff on social media. And we noticed that by me having a big following and the other girls having a big following, whenever there's a promotion going on at Mac, we'll pop out videos of us dancing or wearing the lipstick, and then we notice the crowd will come in. So again, everything that I learned in corporate America, I took to Tropical Bliss. Inventory, the customer experience, you know, whatever it took to run a corporate business, I took to my business. And I noticed too that most of the people is visual. People are visual, you know, so by me being visual and still showing my personality, because I think I'm a little comedian when I'm ready, so that alone draws people in, and once they come in and they get the experience at Tropical Bliss Spa, they return. So it's all about I also did my research. I researched when people is mostly online, and when they're offline, or when they're going to go on the government computer and log on to social media. So if I see Whopper off, I say, okay, that means they ain't gonna be watching social media, so I ain't gonna post. So if Whopper is on, they're at the government computer, let me go pop a little post.
Quite observant, yeah, that's a good technique.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's how it is.
Yes.
So I learned when people are gonna be watching social media, as soon as they get up, that's the first thing they do. They don't pray anymore. They go straight to Instagram or Facebook. So around that time, between 7 and 7:30, Emeka, you need to pop a post. Lunchtime, that lunch, they're not really engaging. You know, when they come back at lunch, they're gonna go and look and see, let me see what's going on social media. Emeka, that's when you need to post. Right before you go to sleep, Emeka, that's when you need to post. So you have to do your research as a business owner on when people are going to really be on this social media platform.
Research and innovation. But I want to come back to Kusa because you talked about learning so much from corporate America and being able to implement that into your small business, right? So now you have an incubator, and what should people expect? Because even if they come in small, they have a whole world with social media, the internet, the World Wide Web. You've got to be prepared to basically be there and having the world as your audience. So how do you prepare them from the incubator? Because they might be thinking small. How do you get them to think a little bigger?
Well, I think one of the things when you come into the incubator is you do have to be prepared. You have to kind of know what you want to do. The individuals who have really been successful through our incubator, like we had 2 on our stage yesterday. We Dr. Keisha Christian for Neighborhood Pharmacy.
Oh, she was part of your program.
Yes, she was part of. Keisha Christian came in. She had a binder. Her business plan was a binder this big. And now she has a pharmacy, the only pharmacy that does delivery in St. Croix, and she's doing some wonderful things, and she's become a serial entrepreneur, and not only that, she's empowered her staff now to become entrepreneurs and her children. You had Mr. Leon Hughes. He is out of Nirix. He was a software developer, and he's doing major things in the software development arena in St. Croix. But one of the biggest things I will say for the entrepreneurs who come into the incubator program is come in seeking the information. You don't know everything, and our job is to help and assist. So when you come in that okay, I know what I want to do. How can you help me get to that next stage? And we have a lot of resources to assist. As I said before, we have our bank. So if you're having issues with the bank, we're a secondary lender. So if you've been denied from the bank, you can come to us. Anybody need $500,000? Anybody? You? Okay, we have it. But and we can, and not only for just entrepreneurs like Mr. Herbert or Ms. Willis, we can do farmers, fishermen, a plethora of different things. But so the resources are there. It's up to you to take advantage of the resources.
So for an example, as Ms. Emeka has noted, she waited months to get approval. Would she qualify for the Government Development Bank? Because you have to be refused, but if you haven't heard from the bank, can you apply?
And usually we can work around that, especially in the time frame, because if you listen to the time frame, that's about a year she had to wait. I mean, and that is an exorbitant time. And we all know this already, that our banks in the territory tend to be very, very conservative. And they take a very long time because a lot of the decision making is not done here locally, it's done in Puerto Rico. So we understand that option, but we can help with that.
You see, you should have gone to
I thought about it. I was like, why didn't she just come to us? We could have had that done.
And if I could add to Ms. Holloway's Christian's comments, you should have, and I'm sure they're going to require it, a business license. So you either come to us, apply for the business license if everything is in order, but probably more likely than not, no, because you're trying to get seed money. We have what's called a general business license, which allows you to get something in writing that says you're planning to operate a business, but this license is allowing you to get all your back office things together except operating your business. So you can use this to get a lease, you can use this to open a bank account, you can use this to get a post office box, you can use this to walk into EDA when they say, but you don't even have a business license. Yes, I do. I have a general business license, which means you already have a trade name and you've formed your company and it's registered with the Office of Lieutenant Governor. So there is a way to get around this. So just come to us and we can share this information with you. So thank you, Kusa, for bringing up the availability of the secondary loaning
and actually,
financing.
we don't even require you to have a business license to come to us for funding. You could come to us with your idea. Because one of the things that we don't want you to do is spending a lot of money and time ahead of and getting yourself into a situation. We have individuals who go and sign leases, a year lease. And they sign this and they do this and they order machinery and then they come to us saying, I need the money within 2 days. And I'm like, I can't help you. I don't know what to tell you. Come to us, have that conversation, go to SBDC. We send a lot of individuals to SBDC because one of the biggest things we see that people come in without, a business plan. And everybody starts, I don't want to write it. But a business plan sets you up for success. It takes all of those ideas out of your head and gets it onto paper. And if you cannot answer the questions that myself or Ted is asking you, you have no business taking out a loan.
Can I say something?
Yes, indeed.
What I noticed about the locals, and I'm not bashing locals, but us locals don't like to do our homework, because a lot of locals come to me for advice, and the minute I give them advice, it's like, oh, that's too much, but that's what it takes. And they don't want to do their homework. It's like everybody just want to say, I'm an entrepreneur and I'm making this money. But you have to take the time, you have to take the effort, you have to do your research, you have to do your homework, but a lot of locals don't want to do the work. And then they expect the government to just give it to them. Just like she said, they come at the last minute, but no, you have to do your research.
So what would you advise? I mean, we're talking to an audience that could possibly come up with a plan to reach out to some of these individuals so that we can, because we need a workforce, correct? Right. And that's what we're here for, this workforce development. So what do you think we need to do? Okay,
for example, I consider myself living here and living in the States, right? I have signed up with their online program. And whenever they go live, it's only 2 people on that live, and they're giving out good information, right or wrong?
Correct.
Wayne Hutchison from SBA goes online at least twice a month, and there's only 2 people logged in on that live. So again, we have to do our own due diligence and invest in ourselves. You know, in order for your business to work, you have to invest in yourselves, and it doesn't just mean financially, with time.
Sure.
You know,
so that's a messaging suggestion for your agency to put it out there. We can do this, but what are you doing to help yourself?
Exactly.
And once again, because we're talking about workforce development, Commissioner, you see everybody who comes in and gets a license. I mean, now you don't literally see them, but you know, where are the voids? Because people might be looking at this and saying, you know what, I want to do this, and they might hear you say, we need more of this, and it's much easier when you fill in a void, because when you buy niceties or things that are not necessary, that's a different story. But what are the needs, and what are those trends that some folks can get into?
Sure. So we actually don't track the needs of the community, because we actually regulate those businesses that are actually in operation. Okay. However, what I can share with you is that we need everyone's ideas. We encourage those who are interested in becoming an entrepreneur to visit EDA, visit SBDC, visit the young man in the audience. I can't remember the acronym, TTAP?
PTAC.
PTAC. So, you know, as far as what do we need, the more people who enter the field of entrepreneurship, the greater our tax base will be, and the greater our society will be. You know, the government of the Virgin Islands should not be the largest employer in the Virgin Islands. There are lots of opportunities available every day. If you wish it, write it down, you dream it, take that business plan to SBDC or EDA, and then you can come to us to get legit.
Excellent. I can join Winston and Emeka in saying that as an entrepreneur, you know, people look at me and they say, wait, you know, you left government, you look younger, I have a lot of stress too. I mean, I don't wear it on my sleeve, but I have a lot of stress because you want to do it so good to please your customers, to please your clients, to make the money, even though Winston said I come later, that's important, right? So you really do stress a lot, but it's yours, you know, and yeah, we sweat, yeah, we're the last one out and the first one in the next morning, but it's ours. So I'm here to encourage people, and as the commissioner said, that is how the economy works, right? Because we're spending the monies here locally. So I appreciate that.
And I just want to say as well, if you're thinking about going into entrepreneurship, please know that entrepreneurship does not look the same for everyone.
It doesn't.
Great point.
Your entrepreneurship goals are yours. If you want to hold on to your government job and still do something part-time or on the weekends or something like that, it's okay. You don't have to give up your security to be an entrepreneur, unless that's what you want to do. It doesn't have to be this big thing where you're making $1 million. It could be just be able that you're buying yourself some freedom, some more time with your children, or you're able to fund your college or your kids' college fund. Maybe that's what it's for. But entrepreneurship is a really personal decision, and how it shows up in your life is how it shows up for you. Don't allow anybody else to take away, oh, you ain't making $1 million and you're not driving a Benz, but maybe that's not your goal. Right. I actually remember asking a small business owner that I knew, I said, why are you not in St. Thomas? You know, they would love this particular product that they had in St. Thomas. And they were an older couple, and they said, we don't want to be that big. You know why? Because they used to get up in the morning, go to the beach and swim, and open their shop at 11 o'clock, and then they would be closed at 5, and but they had their own schedule, and that's what it was enough for them. So don't allow anyone to cheat you out of what your entrepreneurial dream is. Tailor it to what is going to be manageable for you now. It might be the next big thing, and that's just what it's going to be. But if going full-time is not what you want, don't allow anybody to push you into it. Okay?
Thank you. And I don't like question marks hanging, so I'm going to ask Ted. There was a PTAC mention, so you could tell people what this means.
Sure. So we're very excited. PTAC stands for Procurement Technical Assistance Center, and what their specific goal is to help local businesses, in this case local businesses, right, be in a position to obtain government contracts for work, both local and federal, okay? One of the things that we see so often is a business will come into SBDC and we can only help them to a certain extent because that's not our subject matter expertise. But now that we have a PTAC in the territory, we have another partner or another resource here that we can say, look, we've worked with this person, they're already in business, they understand business, and they're ready to actually bid on government jobs. Because one of the things that we don't want, and I think someone mentioned this earlier, is you don't want a business to get ahead of themselves, right? And just be in the position where if they get a bid, they're not ready to deliver. So, and before you know it, they're not in business anymore. So this program, PTAC, will help kind of navigate them through the system, anywhere from signing up for the basic SAM, System for Award Management, all the way through understanding the process to bid and what an RFP is and some of the other things. So I will say though, if you're going to think about bidding for government contracting, ideally you would have already been in business a couple of years, because I'll tell you this much, if you're starting a business now and you want to get government contracting, it's going to be a long road. So ideally you're going to have a business that's already been around and has a proven track record of success before you want to go ahead and start looking at government contracting. But we're ecstatic.
So does PTAC work under SBDC?
No, they're a sister program to us.
Okay, so where would anybody, first of all, identify the person here.
Sure. Mr. Frank Dixon, he's in the audience today. Okay. So Mr. Dixon comes to us with a world of experience. He was formerly with the Connecticut PTAC there. So he ran the state of Connecticut Procurement Technical Assistance Center. And he's actually co-located with the SBDC here on St. Thomas. And he's going to be establishing a branch there in St. Croix as well. So he's not under the SBDC. We're both sister programs under the Dean for the School of Business. Oh, okay. So we're both federally funded, and we're housed under the School of Business within UVI. So just another fantastic spoke to our economic ecosystem here in the territory. So
awesome, awesome. So I want to make sure that you give your link so that people can find you, and you can advertise too. But I want for sure the businesses to be able to reach you, and also Commissioner Evangelista, do a little advertising about your town halls, because I've joined in, and sometimes people don't have questions.
Sure.
But if they know it's coming, they know what to ask. So you can start.
Sure. Once again, we can be reached at www.dlca.vi.gov. And every Wednesday at 11 a.m., unless I have a prior engagement, we have DLCA Talk on Zoom. So it's your opportunity to tell us constructive criticism, praises, whatever. We don't know everything, and we aim to actually not only give you a more efficient business process, but we're interested in hearing what's going on in the community. After all, we actually are here to assist, educate, protect, and serve both the community, the consumers, as well as the businesses. Thank you very much for having us here this afternoon. On behalf of DLCA, we know you have a choice in who your guests are, and we thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So you can, for our agency, the Economic Development Authority, our website is usvieda.org. And on there, you can sign up for our newsletter. You can also send me an email. I'll give you the easier one, info@usvieda.org. I'm usually back and forth to St. Thomas, so that means nothing as far as resources and assistance. And we also do lots of low-cost, free classes, seminars, workshops. We also do our webinar Wednesdays. We haven't done one in a little while, but we also do those. But go to our website. There's a lot of information on there. And like I said, if you want to, you can also meet with me after, and I can exchange information with you. But thank you so much for having me here today as well.
And thank you. I'm going to come to you both after Ted, but think about that one thing that you would advise a budding entrepreneur to get into business, okay? So Ted, you tell us how to get in touch with you at SBDC.
Sure, so I know no one, I don't know anybody who doesn't have a smartphone nowadays, right? So you here in the audience, you at home, you listening worldwide, wherever you're listening from, pull out your cell phone, go to your Apple Play Store or your Google Play Store, download the VISBDC app. Just all you have to do is type in VISBDC. You'll have us at your fingertips anytime you want. You can find us on all the social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. We have a fantastic YouTube channel where we post all of our training and webinars after they're done. So there's no excuse to not find a SBDC at your fingertips. So please download our app, contact us. If you have any questions, you can find our information through that app, or stop by and see us.
So in essence, as Emeka noted, sometimes there's only 2 persons on that live. They can, if somebody misses it, they can still go to your library.
Sure, absolutely. That's a fantastic point. After, as I mentioned, every training seminar that we do, whether it's SBA, whether it's SCORE, we have an upcoming PTAC, so make sure to download your app so you can find out when that is. Next week, I have a very, very important webinar. It's a question and answer session with me on the Small Business Innovation Grant 2022. So absolutely, you can go to our YouTube channel, look at any of the videos that we've done in the past. So
you mentioned this hot topic.
I know.
How come you didn't give everybody a grant? Hello?
What's that?
How come you didn't give everybody a grant?
Because there wasn't enough innovation in a lot of the applications.
Ooh. So that was the key point, innovation.
The key point is innovation. So,
what you said?
Well, I was.
He didn't read mine.
I wasn't on the committee to decide, but anyway, yeah. So the whole cornerstone of this grant was innovation, right? And frankly, there was not a lot of innovation in many or lots. Those folks who didn't actually get selected for the grant, we didn't see a lot of innovation. We saw a lot of operating costs. We saw, for payroll. We saw for conferences. We saw a lot of new Escalade requests, right? We saw a lot of things, paying past bills, reimbursing the owner for the expenses that they had to do. All of that stuff isn't innovation. It's the normal cost of operating a business. So one of the things that we encourage people along the way is reach out to SBDC. You can come to us, reach out to EDA. We'll sit down with you and go over your application to try to get you in the best position possible. But with a lot of the businesses as well, there was a minimum list of eligibility. You have to be registered in the territory, which quite honestly, there's quite a few businesses that are doing business that aren't registered. You have to have, right? So you have to have a license, typically from DLCA, the Taxi Cab Commission, DHS, right? And then you have to show current proof of sales. And the current proof of sales are what it is that you're doing right now. It had nothing to do with the taxes back in 2021. We're focusing on innovation and sustainability for businesses today, moving forward. So, but please join us on the webinar next Wednesday at 10 a.m. You can find out more. You can go on our website or through the app. But yeah, that's a great question. And I know there's been a lot of frustration, but rest assured, we're here to help and get people so the next time there's an opportunity like this, they're prepared and they understand the requirements and the expectation of what those folks who are going to be determining the grant awardees, what they're looking for.
I'm sure you'll have more than 2 people on that webinar.
Right?
Yes. I hope.
You have tons of people there because they're going to be asking questions.
That's what it's about.
And they're not going to be light and they're not going to be nice. So I'm hoping that you have extra layers of skin to deal with that.
Sure. I mean, you know, obviously we have to be transparent. We're federally funded, so everything that we do is federally reported, and it's something that we're very, very proud of to take part of, because no time in the history of the Virgin Islands has a opportunity like this ever been established for profits. Right. There's grant money for nonprofits, but for profits, this is simply a first time, and we're just excited that we were asked to take part in this and administer it and be part of the process. Now we're just working to get the information finalized, and hopefully the checks will be ready hopefully soon.
Oh, so they haven't gotten their checks yet, and people are looking at them like, you know, can I get a loan from you? Right. Can I get a freebie from you? And you haven't given them their money yet.
Not yet, but it's coming. So.
Okay, good. Well, I think that is a really important lesson for anybody who's trying to start a business, to know that you do have resources. Look at the persons on this stage. They gave you their contact information, so do look them up. They might not be able to help everybody with every item on the list, but hey, 1-1, like they say. So before we conclude today, I think it is very important to hear from our 2 entrepreneurs on this stage as to what is that key to their success, besides being the first one and the last one out.
Have to go to work, you gotta put in that time.
Put in that time.
You don't go and work and you don't put in that time. I don't care how great you are at your craft. The best barbers I know ain't as successful as me because they don't go to work.
So work ethic is the key to your success. And what would you say is the key to yours?
Investing in your craft. I always go to continuing educational classes. I read a lot of magazines to see what's trending in the industry. I also I'll visit different spas, like a secret agent, and see what they're doing, you know? Not in a bad way, but you know, let me see what they're giving out. Let me go to a hotel, get a facial, and you know. So again, you have to reinvest in yourself and in your craft. And I honestly think that's the key to my success. You know, I'm not just gonna go and buy something materialistic. No, I'm gonna take my little money and reinvest in my craft, or sometimes I'll have my mentee, I'll say, hey, Denaria, I want you to take this class. Even though she ain't been to aesthetic school yet, she's a senior, but I don't want to be working on my life in the spa. I have other businesses I want to open. So if I'm not going to invest in myself, I'm going to invest in her and have her take the class. She's young. She could tell me what to do. I ain't got time. Right. So I'll invest in her. So it's all about investing in myself or in my craft is my success, my key to success.
I think it's excellent advice from both of you, and like you, I invest in myself too. I go to conferences. When you go to conferences, it doesn't matter whether you're a doctor, lawyer, whatever, you are able to commune and network with persons who are going through whatever you're going through, and you think it's just you? You think it's just in the Virgin Islands? No. We all go through the same motions in whatever industry we choose to hone in our skills and our time. And talking about time, I want to thank each of you for your time today and for being so willing to share so much. I mean, because you're not scared somebody take any of your secrets away, because they're not really secrets. It's really what you need to do to get ahead in life. And so as I close out, I just want to make sure that everybody knows who we were talking to once again. Lifestyle, barbershop, and beauty salon owner Winston Herbert. Give him a round of applause. EDA, Economic Development Authority Incubator Program Manager, Kusa Holloway Christian. Thank you for your time. Our own DLCA, Licensing and Consumer Affairs Commissioner Richard Evangelista. Tropical Bliss Spa and Beauty Bar, Emeka Willis, owner. And the State Director of the Small Business Development Center, which is different from SBA, Ted Gutierrez. Thank you each for being here, and thank you for being such a great audience. Thank you, everyone.
And let's give our moderator a round of applause. I got a lot of responses in my text about what an excellent session this was and how much they learned and was inspired by the two entrepreneurs and all the information they learned. They were like, I didn't know it had a general business. I didn't know I could get money without it. I didn't know. So that is what this workforce conference is about. The summit is to give you the information, but I promise I won't wrap up. So I am going to introduce to you once again the Commissioner of the Department of Labor and our Chairman of the Board to take us out this afternoon. Again, thank you, panelists, and thank you, moderator.
Just want to take the opportunity as we've come to the end of what I consider to be a great day. Very informative, and I hope that we have taken the opportunity to demystify what workforce is all about, because we're getting to see that it takes all of us, right? It takes the employers, it takes the job seekers, it takes the employees, it takes the training and the partnerships that we have with ICF, with Workforce 180, with EQUIS, the Workforce Development Board, coming together to make sure that the goals and objectives of this Virgin Islands community as it pertains to workforce remains being focused on the people and being focused on training and upskilling and making sure that we're doing this to make sure that there's a better quality of life overall in the Virgin Islands. And I just want to take the opportunity, from the Virgin Islands Department of Labor to make sure that you know that we are here to help facilitate that process. We're charged with collaborating and coordinating all these opportunities in terms of the service providers. And again, we're here on the job, and I want to make sure that you know that we can be reached at www.vidol.gov. Those are our offices in St. Croix and St. Thomas. And again, we also are headed to St. John tomorrow to make sure that we engage the St. John community. Chairman Cardi?
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, everybody who stayed all the way through. This is a great thing and a very inspiring day. We heard from government agencies, we heard from businesses, we heard from the Workforce Development Board, and most importantly, we heard from our people, the same people that we need to stay connected with, to grow with, and reshape the Virgin Islands now and into the future. I really thank you guys for attending and look forward to more collaboration in the future.
And we just want to make sure that you take advantage to fill out the evaluation forms in your packet. Really, really need your feedback so that we can do our planning for next year. Thank you very much, and really do thank you for all your participation. Looking forward to the Governor's Workforce Development Summit. Thank you.